Chapter 5:20. The towering pillar of light was very dazzling even though it was standing in the star field. It was like a huge beacon that pierced through the 9 heavens and the Milky Way. No one knew where it came from. It went straight through the array and plunged downwards. No one knew where it led to. "Is this it?" Yun Nuashing asked again. His head was still a little dizzy, and he felt like slapping himself unconscious. Everyone nodded their heads in a daze as they stared blankly at the huge pillar of light. Seeing their expressions, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll his eyes. Although he himself was very shocked when he saw it, it was not to the extent that his soul had left his body like this. With a wave of his hand, the image disappeared in front of him. Xian and the others also recovered from the shock. When they saw Yun Nuashing stand up, they quickly reached out to help him. "I'm fine. It's just that when I was studying the array, the star technique suddenly awakened in my mind. Go and cultivate." Seeing everyone supporting him in a flurry, Yun Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. He held his dizzy head and smiled. "Are you really okay?" Everyone was doubtful. They had never heard him scream when he was injured. That mournful roar just now went straight into the sky. Was he really okay? Yun Nuashing waved his hand and walked towards the statue of Emperor Wanfa step by step. Xian was also very careful to support him, for fear that he would fall. "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more." Hearing that murmur, everyone was a little shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. This guy, they didn't expect him to be so crazy and crazy when he cultivated. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing smiled at Xian. Then he slowly sat down cross-legged and his consciousness touched the statue again. Seeing that he had calmed down and seemed to be really fine, everyone went back to their seats. When Yuan Shi and the others were about to walk out of the hall, they still looked back worriedly. After watching for 10 minutes and making sure that nothing was wrong, they went back. The Mountain Lord looked at Yun Nuashing the entire time. He stroked his little beard and looked at the 5 statues. Then he sighed and sat down cross-legged. He was very interested in this kid. Yun Nuashing and the other two naturally didn't know that the Mountain Lord was watching them from behind. After Yun Nuashing entered the state, he used his fastest speed to comprehend the information that was transmitted to him. The light balls that floated back now flew to Yun Nuashing again. They were like a group of elves happily holding a party, Yun Nuashing. Looking at the dozens of balls of light, the Mountain King's hand trembled as he tore off a strand of his mustache. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Yun Nuashing in bewilderment before spitting out 2 words. "Monster." Time passed quickly. 2 months seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. However, these 2 months were extremely busy for Yun Nuashing and the others. Those who cultivated mystic skills were cultivating mystic skills, and those who comprehended them were still comprehending them. Now, the 5 statues in the hall had quietened down. Rows of light balls flowed under the statues' feet. Yun Nuashing used half a month to comprehend the 10,000 arts Imperial Emperor to perfection. Then he used the dozens of arrays in front of the Mountain Lord. The old man was almost scared to death. The Mountain Lord didn't believe that Yun Nuashing could comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Even if a 9th grade Divine Arts Array Master were here, he wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day, let alone Yun Nuashing, who was just an immortal realm brat. Even a 9th grade Divine Arts Array Master wouldn't be able to comprehend all the arrays in half a day. Arrays at this level were already extraordinary. There was a certain level of mystery in them. If one could comprehend them from the scroll until one couldn't sense anything special, then it would be considered perfect. Therefore, Yun Nuashing's perfect state meant that he could use all the arrays in their entirety. It was much more perfect than the evolved version of the 10,000 spirits killing array, the heaven refining array. After all, the latter was a heaven-sealing array with many talismans in it. He found that in that world his comprehension of arrays would be enhanced. Therefore, he specially used 5 days to comprehend the 10,000 spirits killing array. He made great progress. Originally, he could only use 30% of the array, but now he could use 60% of it. However, Yun Nuashing couldn't comprehend the rest, no matter how hard he tried. He could only blame it on his insufficient realm. The Star Arts incantation was very arrogant. When he first came in, he didn't even want to integrate it into the soul-burning incantation. It even conflicted with the other profound arts. In the end, it was dismembered by the other profound arts. Then, it obediently joined the other profound arts. Yun Nuashing found that this was a versatile incantation. Not only could it attract the power of the stars for cultivation, but it could also cultivate the soul and spirit. The power of the stars poured into the soul and spirit, making the 6 paths of reincarnation disk between his eyebrows look like it was rotating in a starry sky. Where did this magical incantation come from? Yun Nuashing was very curious. This incantation was not only domineering, but it also had such a powerful array. The falling stars was definitely a super destructive technique. Its power was no weaker than the netherworld execution of the heavens. Moreover, it was a regional bombardment. The netherworld execution of the heavens could strike anywhere. The little girl said that Jin Jinwang said the name of the star arts. I think they should know about it. It can't be from the 12 star palaces. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Why did he feel that this had something to do with the 12 star palaces? Was the eternal divine weapon broken? I wonder if the netherworld execution of the heavens can do it? After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuashing finally ended his half a month of cultivation. Then he went to cultivate at the Soul Blade Great Emperor's place. He took 3 to 4 scrolls and came out after half a month. He also spent half a month cultivating at the Colored Glaze Great Emperor's place. Colored Glaze Great Emperor. What's the relationship with Heavenly God Colored Glaze? Yun Nuashing was puzzled. Back then, he obtained something from the Heavenly God Colored Glaze's underground palace, the Glaze Treasure Mirror. It could allow Xian skills, secret arts, and even arrays to accumulate power, break through the limit, and unleash extremely powerful attacks. He had always wanted this, but he couldn't melt the glazed divine crystal to cast it. He still couldn't cultivate it, so he could only be anxious. Fortunately, Ziyi said that the melting speed could be increased with the help of the 2 divine flames, but when would it be completed? It depends on fate. If you and the glazed treasure mirror are really fated, then you'll definitely be able to cast the glaze in your lifetime. Ziyi chuckled. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. How long would he have to live? Wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years? However, Ziyi told him that the glazed divine crystal was already melting. It was melting very slowly, so slow that it was enough to make him break down. No hurry. It will melt in 10,000 years, Ziyi said calmly. Yun Nuashing was petrified. 10,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye for old monsters like them. 1 seclusion and 1 cultivation would only take 10,000 years. However, to young people like them, 10,000 years was like a time that was difficult to surpass. It was just a number. Brat, who are you calling an old monster? Do you believe that I won't push you down? Ziyi suddenly went berserk. She strode with her long legs and knocked Yun Nuashing to the ground. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. I didn't mean that. No. Molest. Don't pull my pants. Yun Nuashing's handsome face was pale. He looked at Ziyi, who was sitting on him, as though he was looking at a hungry tigress. You can't even think about it. Swish. A cold laugh, accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn apart, resounded in this world of flames. Lan Xian, and the netherworld ruins, Sword glanced over curiously. Lan Exeter immediately turned her head away with a red face while the latter rushed into the sea of flames and pretended that she didn't see anything. Help! Exeter, netherworld ruins. Something is going to happen. My moral integrity, asterisk, and asterisk. Yun Nuashing screamed in despair. but halfway through, he was stopped by a delicate little hand. The Mountain Emperor in the outside world watched as Yun Nuashing's body trembled constantly while his face turned white and red. His weathered eyes flashed with astonishment and confusion. He thought that there was a problem with his cultivation. However, his breathing was very stable. It was just his body that wasn't right. What a strange child. The Mountain Emperor shook his head. Half a month later, Yun Nuashing ended his cultivation with the colored glaze Great Emperor and took 5 scrolls. Then he staggered towards the remaining 2 statues that had been activated. He seemed to be in a daze. After being humiliated for half an hour, Yun Nuashing felt that he had completely lost his dignity as a young man. Although he wasn't, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Z, he would have taken his spear and gone to battle. I swear that I won't enter the spirit world for half a year. Thinking of his tragic experience, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation. He just wanted to find his little cotton-padded jackets to warm his heart. Unfortunately, Xian was at a crucial moment in his cultivation. The 2 little girls didn't follow him. Xian was still hiding in the spirit world and didn't dare to see him. Why is the heavens so mean to me? Yun Nuashing cried out in grief. Then he walked towards the 4th statue in a daze. The Mountain Emperor saw that he was like a dog that had its spine pulled out. The doubt in his eyes deepened. The 4th statue was that of the Great Emperor of Destruction. The supreme technique he had mastered emphasized the power of destruction and extermination. If this power entered one's body, one's vitality would be instantly destroyed. There was also a type of destruction array inside that could unleash the power of destruction to the extreme. When Yun Nuashing arrived at the 5th statue, Yao Hua and the others were already cultivating in the main hall. He glanced at them. For the first time, he felt so far away from them. It was as if he was still standing in the underworld and couldn't feel any warmth. Sister Su Ming, Brother Nuashing is so pitiful. Should I go out and comfort him? Xian hugged the Su Ming sword and hid from Z. She was a little worried. Yes, and you have to comfort him for a long time. This is very suitable for you. Wait until he finishes cultivating. He's in a daze right now. It's very strange. His comprehension and cultivation speed have increased dozens of times. Let's not disturb him for now, Su Ming said. Oh, Xian blinked at Mei Mao and nodded. The 5th statue was a demon emperor. Yun Nuashing had some impression of its original form. It was a very mysterious race, the ancient fate-devouring beast. This kind of demon emperor could devour fate, or some kind of fate. This kind of illusory thing didn't seem to exist. It couldn't be touched or seen, but some people knew of its existence. The ancient fate-devouring beast was one of them. Of course, the ancient fate-devouring beast could devour fate and also give to others. It had the heaven-defying ability to change one's fate. Yun Nuashing cultivated under this demon emperor statue and cultivated under the Great Emperor of Destruction for half a month. She took 5 scrolls each time. Then she looked at Xian, who was still cultivating under the Great Empress. She sighed sadly. Looking at everyone in the main hall, Yun Nuashing walked out and continued walking into the depths of the corridor. Chapter 5:21. Yun Nuashing was also curious about the other doors in the 2nd corridor, so he went in to take a look. There were also cultivation techniques inside, but they were related to blacksmiths, alchemists, and seers. Yun Nuashing was interested in seers, but he was already exhausted from just cultivating formations and cultivating himself. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. After all, he still had to repair the Nethervoid sword and the others. He had no choice but to become a blacksmith. There was a blacksmith's cultivation method here, as well as a secret room and a large pile of materials that were casually piled up in a corner. Seeing the pile of 5th or 6th rank materials, Yun Nuashing naturally understood that this pile of broken things was used by the Mountain King for people to practice, so he conveniently borrowed it. After spending half a month and tons of materials, Ling Hongjian finally reached the third rank and forged a flame core. It glowed with the earth core, and some of the formations had already begun to repair themselves. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's miserable mood was slightly lifted. However, it did not last long before he was defeated by his own mentality. He was once again filled with grief and indignation. He could only turn this grief into motivation for his cultivation. X and don't try to persuade him. Let him be crazy for a while. He has reached the half-demon rank in the past 2 months. Let's see if he can reach the demon rank in one go, Su Ming said. Sister Su Ming, it's too early for him to reach the demon rank. We have to suppress Brother Nuoxing. We can't let him reach the 9th cycle of the half-demon rank. Once he reaches the demon rank. Lan Xian hurriedly shook her head. The Nether Void sword was startled, then smiled bitterly. She had almost forgotten. She was too excited. Repairing the Netherworld Ruin sword was several times more difficult than Yun Nuoxing had imagined. They had almost used up all the materials here, and only then did they succeed in upgrading it half a month later. This was even done with the tacit cooperation of the two. As for the 1,000 tempering hammer technique, Yun Nuoxing had left by himself. He did not mind and carefully put it away. Perhaps he would need it in the future. Yun Nuoxing did not enter the alchemist's room to take a look. Instead, he walked into the seer's room. The moment he stepped in, Yun Nuoxing felt as though his entire body was being scrutinized. It was as though he was invisible. After walking around inside, Yun Nuoxing looked around and didn't find anything to his liking. There was also no so-called predestined thing. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he couldn't cultivate it. Only when this profound method heart sutra automatically came to him would he allow him to cultivate it. As expected, it's not the fate of a seer. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, an ancient book rushed out from the corner. Its yellowed cover seemed like it would shatter with a pinch, and it gave off a very vicissitude feeling. Yun Nuoxing, curiously, took it in her hands. Looking at the name on the cover, she instantly understood why she was chosen. Heavenly Evolution. Yun Nuoxing used extremely strange syllables to read these 3 words. These were actually words from the mythological era. Suppressing the throbbing and curiosity in her heart, Yun Nuoxing nervously flipped to the first page. In an instant, her excited mood fell to the bottom. She even felt a little dejected. There was no doubt about it. The first page was the general outline, and only one sentence was written. The Great Fate Deduction Technique is composed of 7 types of divine powers. They are the Heavenly Evolution Technique, Destiny Technique, Divinity Deduction, Great Prophecy Technique, Great Fate Technique, Heavenly Constellation Technique, and Heavenly Fate Reincarnation Technique. Without any one of these, it would be difficult to truly deduce fate. When Yun Nuoxing saw this sentence, she felt a little pain in her heart. When she flipped to the back, she felt a sense of suffocation. This was because this yellowed ancient book was 200 pages thick, and all of them were words from the mythological era. This was nothing. She could understand it, but she was completely confused by some of the strange symbols. She couldn't understand them, nor could she feel them. This was all about comprehension, and in the Heavenly Evolution Technique, there were many things related to the Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Fate, Providence, and Fate. Yun Nuoxing felt even more confused. You're courting death. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. His handsome face collapsed. However, if it was really as described in the book, and she could finally master the true deduction of fate, she could still consider learning it. The deduction of fate mentioned in the book could completely predict the future, and not peek at the trend. 1/7 of the book is already so profound. What if all 7 books are gathered together? Will it be able to stun people? Yun Nuoxing completely lost her temper. No matter how curious she was, she could only put it at the bottom of the box. She would decide whether to learn it or not when she was interested in it in the future. After putting away the heavenly evolution technique, Yun Nuashing walked out of the door. Looking at the huge wooden door that was tightly shut at the end of the corridor, she nodded and lifted her foot to walk over. After pushing open the door, there was only darkness behind the door. It was an endless darkness without any light. Yun Nuashing was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should walk in. After encountering terrifying darkness several times, he was already extremely afraid of it. Let's go. Don't tell me it's going to eat me. Yun Nuashing sighed and took a step inside. As soon as she walked in, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. It made Yun Nuashing's heart skip a beat. She was purely frightened, especially when it was so dark here. Creak, creak! A strange sound that made one's teeth chatter came from the darkness. Yun Nuashing had goosebumps all over his body. He only felt a little flustered, especially when he felt that something was spying on him in the darkness. He subconsciously took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then carefully released his soul power to slightly illuminate the place. Although the weak light was only a little bit, it was able to continuously spread and eventually illuminate the entire world. However, when Yun Nuashing illuminated the entire world, his handsome face was completely pale. It was a deathly pale white as gold paper. It was so white that it was almost transparent. The Netherworld Ruin Sword in his hand was unsteady due to fear and almost slipped to the ground. He saw countless red eyes that were densely packed together, reflecting his figure. He saw a group of 8-legged animals that were from 5 to 10 feet in size. They were covered in fur. The creaking sound came from them because they were moving their huge long legs towards him. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's heart fell from sadness to fear to fear, and from despair to darkness. The darkness spread towards anger, and in the end it became rage. His silver-purple eyes instantly turned blood-red, and divine artifacts covered the sky and earth as they shot out. That child should have already walked to the second door. The things inside should be very interesting. I wonder what he saw. At this moment, the mountain monarch had set up a small tea table in front of the statues and was drinking by himself. From time to time, he would poke his head out of the door to see if Yun Nuashing had walked in. After watching for a while, the mountain monarch turned back to look at Xian and the others. He couldn't help but smile. These children's aptitudes should be the best of the best, the geniuses among geniuses. However, compared to that child, they are still lacking. There aren't many people like that child in the entire pantheon of gods. The Mountain King sighed and poured himself a cup of tea. He lifted the cup to his nose and took a whiff. Then, a satisfied look appeared on his face. Just as he was about to drink the tea, the entire hall rumbled and shook. The tea splashed onto him, and he was caught off guard. Boom! Clang! A series of terrifying explosions came from the depths of the hall. What followed was the sound of something extremely heavy collapsing. Moreover, the tremors from the explosions were so intense that it affected the entire hall. Seal, the mountain sovereign king, furrowed his brows. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy sealed up the entire hall. Instantly, the tremors disappeared without a trace. However, what puzzled him was that Yun Nuashing seemed to be the only one who had stepped into the depths of the hall. Could it be that something had happened behind the second door? With this thought in mind, the mountain lord stretched his head out. In an instant, he saw a gigantic red door streaking past him at an extremely high speed. It almost touched his nose. Clang! Boom! The giant door flew past and crashed into the first giant door, causing it to collapse. The mountain monarch's face turned pale. A few drops of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He was so frightened, however, he continued to calmly look towards the depths of the corridor. Soon after, he saw Yun Nuashing brandishing dozens of weapons as he fought with the air. Vast and mighty energy splashed and exploded, causing the palace to tremble. Moreover, there were several terrifying energies that caused even the great mountain sovereign king to shudder in fear as they quietly emerged. Oh no! The mountain monarch turned pale with fright. The explosion of this energy was enough to flatten the entire hall. Child, wake up! The mountain monarch rushed over and appeared beside Yun Nuashing in an instant. He slapped his palm on the latter's shoulder, causing Yun Nuashing's body to tremble violently. The shout was like a heavenly voice that penetrated his mind, causing his violent eyes to slowly calm down after looking around in confusion. Yun Nuashing seemed to have woken up. He was slightly stunned when he saw the mountain monarch, especially when he saw the mountain monarch's awkward expression. He seemed to have thought of something. He quickly put away his divine weapons and clasped his hands together. Senior Mountain, I'm sorry. The mountain monarch waved his hand and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He smiled and shook his head. The space behind the second door is an illusion. It will project the things you fear the most and suppress your mind. Those who have come here before can break through their limits and directly advance their cultivation to the 5th or 6th cycle. It's very effective. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly. What the mountain monarch was implying was, why did you go berserk when it came to this child? Child, what did you see? Even the mountain monarch couldn't help but want to ask. What did this child who stood at the peak see that made him go berserk? A swarm of giant spiders. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and answered truthfully. The mountain monarch was speechless. This answer was unexpected, extremely unexpected. It was hard to imagine, hard to believe. It was unprecedented and probably would never be replicated in the future. Yun Nuashing was a powerful half-demon, the king of physiques with the spiritual, godly physique, a super-powerful existence that could kill the emperor of the underworld. Yet he was actually afraid of spiders. This life was so dramatic. This time, the mountain monarch didn't know what to say. He felt that anything he said would be wrong. Chapter 5:22. After the illusion was broken, the place returned to its original state. It was just a simple and spacious corridor. There were no spiders or anything terrifying. The mountain sovereign's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Yun Nuashing's innocent and fearful eyes, he swallowed his words. In the end, he could only sigh and wave his hand helplessly. Continue forward. This illusion couldn't stop you in the first place. Now that it has been destroyed, they don't need to test you anymore. The mountain sovereign laughed bitterly, then pointed inside and said with a smile, Go on. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded. He then walked deeper into the corridor. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. Who asked him to see the thing he was most afraid of in the illusion? Under the influence of fear, he was a little violent. It wasn't a big deal if the mountain sovereign knew what he was thinking. He would probably be petrified. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had almost reached the door, the mountain sovereign sighed. With a wave of his sleeve, the huge door that flew out flew back. The bumpy area was restored to its original state. Then it merged with the other door and opened gently. After doing all this, the mountain sovereign slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing. Behind the door was a very precious place. He wanted to see if the child would react in surprise. The third door was a huge celestial door. The colors of the star domain stained the huge door and flowed gently. It was as if a starry sky was rotating on the door. Yun Nuashing's palm lightly pressed on the door. He felt a cold touch and a faintly discernible suction force, lightly sucking on his skin. He turned back to look at the mountain sovereign standing at the side. When he saw that the mountain sovereign was only looking at him with a smile without saying a word, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He exerted a little force with his palm, but the door didn't move at all. Yun Nuashing gradually increased his strength until he used all his strength to barely open the heavy celestial door. Starry sky? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Through the gap, he could see a dark area shimmering with starlight. A very pure celestial power flowed into his body. He was very familiar with this energy. But how could there be such rich celestial power in broad daylight? This is my training ground. It's a celestial space created by a special power. It's just a small trick that every high-level god knows. Training here can increase one's speed and comprehension by a lot. The mountain sovereign smiled. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. But when he heard him mention the special power, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He seemed to have heard of the Six Realms crystal and Zi Shaoxi before, so he couldn't help but ask, "The power of rules?" "You know." The mountain sovereign was really surprised. The rule power was a power that only Emperor God experts could barely come into contact with. He could only come into contact with it and borrow it, but it's fine as long as you know. Don't think too much about it. It's still too early. Yun Nuashing nodded. It wasn't beneficial for him to explain the power that only people at that level could come into contact with. He just needed to know that there was such a thing. Turning back to look at the door that was only slightly opened, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. His 6 wings suddenly spread out from his back. The celestial power in his body boiled with a thought, and an extremely violent power spread throughout his body. Huh. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and roared. He held the celestial door with both hands. His veins popped out. The terrifying power caused the celestial door to tremble continuously. The entire door was slowly pushed open. Seeing that there was hope, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. He used even more strength in his hands, and even the 2 divine flames in his body evaporated every inch of strength in his body. Yun Nuashing fiercely clenched his teeth, and even a vein on his forehead protruded like an earth dragon. Hidden under his skin, there was actually a faint golden light flowing through the veins. Rumble! Seeing that the entire door was pushed open halfway by Yun Nuashing's strength, the mountain sovereign was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. His heart was numb. This celestial door contains a portion of high-level energy. It needs to be activated with one's own energy to push it open. This old man is really speechless. The mountain sovereign laughed bitterly. Ever since Yun Nuashing came in, all kinds of things had refreshed his understanding of this young man. He had seen more and more things in his long life. However, Yun Nuashing didn't know what the mountain sovereign was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would probably immediately release his strength and be sent flying by the door. Clang! Following a loud sound, the celestial door was pushed open violently. It slammed into both sides, causing the palace to tremble. Yun Nuashing heaved a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This broken door was really heavy and heavy. The mountain sovereign walked to his side and tilted his head to look at him. He couldn't help but say, actually, this door can be opened by injecting energy. Huh. Yun Nuashing widened his eyes, as though he had heard something unbelievable. This door contains high-level energy. It can be pushed open with energy. Furthermore, the purer the energy, the more energy, the higher the door can be opened. For someone to use pure strength to push it open like you is really rare. I thought you knew about it? The mountain sovereign sighed and shook his head. Yun Nuashing blinked his eyes and resisted the urge to slap him. He said bitterly, "What do you mean by opening a higher door?" It literally means that this celestial door has 9 steps. Heaven has 9 layers, and the Milky Way is also known as the 9 heavenly stars. If you can push open the door with a total of 9 steps, you will be able to cultivate at the top of the Milky Way. The effects there are the best, the mountain sovereign said with a smile. With that said, he waved his hand and turned to walk towards the back. He said, "You can explore on your own. I'll stay behind to help your friends. They will eventually come." "Thank you, Senior." Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and turned around. He stepped into the celestial door. As he walked through the door, the celestial door that was hundreds of meters tall closed behind him with a boom and disappeared. Yun Nuashing could only see the celestial door when he turned around. He couldn't tell that there was a door here at all. The place where he walked in was a huge stone star. This star didn't have any signs of life. It didn't have any distinguishing features. It was just a platform for the mountain sovereign to enter. This was a celestial door, but there was air and gravity. Yun Nuashing didn't feel any discomfort in his body, but he could feel that the celestial door in his body was very, very active here. It was a very intimate feeling, as though the celestial door was his home. This was his birthplace. This was his home. There seems to be a very strange energy in the celestial door. The elemental door is different as well. The elemental door that is mixed with the celestial door seems to be stronger than the original elemental door. Yun Nuashing looked at the endless stars above. Some of them were very close to him, while others only flickered with light. They seemed to be quite a distance away. Looking at the stone star below his feet, Yun Nuashing stomped his feet twice. Then he squatted down and pushed off, jumping towards the celestial door. As soon as his feet left the ground, he habitually used the wind elemental door. He didn't think that a gust of wind would really sweep over and lift him up. The higher the celestial door, the denser the celestial door. Flying in the celestial door, Yun Nuashing felt very comfortable. His handsome face was brimming with joy. Looking at the huge twinkling stars, he felt a little overwhelmed and didn't know where to focus his attention. Those huge fireballs and huge water balls flickered in front of his eyes. At the same time, he was overjoyed. At the same time, his heart was incomparably tranquil and filled with a sense of satisfaction. So much so that he had forgotten the humiliation from a few days ago. His long-cherished wish was to be able to travel in the celestial door. Now he had achieved a little of it. Although it wasn't the real celestial door of the outside world, it wasn't too different from it. So beautiful. His silver-purple eyes reflected the twinkling stars. Yun Nuashing was unconsciously intoxicated. He kept flying higher until his body passed through an invisible barrier. It only stopped him for a moment, slowing him down for a moment. Then it returned to its original state. However, he didn't think too much about it. He only hated the fact that he didn't have more eyes to look at this beautiful celestial door. What kind of power can actually achieve this? Although it made him forget to return, he still knew that this was only an illusion. But he still couldn't help but want to indulge in it, hypnotizing himself that it was real. The power of laws. Using one's own power of laws to create an illusion of an area. Using one's own power, one can create an illusion of an area. As long as it comes in contact with the power of laws, it can be recreated through the power of laws. It can even pass off the false as the real thing. A faint and clear voice echoed in Yun Nuashing's mind, but it made his heart twitch fiercely. It almost stopped beating. A faint trace of fear emerged in his heart. Yun Nuashing's handsome face paled slightly. He didn't dare to utter a word. He lowered his head and rushed towards the higher levels of the celestial domain, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He even released the light element, wanting to find a place to calm down and cultivate. In the cultivation celestial domain, there are many unusual stars. The most common ones are the blazing stars that flicker with brilliant flames. If you sit in a place where you can endure it and cultivate, it can cause the fire element in your body to mutate. There are also stars of other elements that fill the sky. Some special stars even contain special powers. If you can advance on those special stars, it can strengthen your willpower. You can also use those stars to transform your own energy and elements. Although Yun Nuashing didn't want to listen, Ziyi kept explaining in a soft voice. While the former was frightened, he was also somewhat moved. Ziyi had always been very concerned about him, but when he recalled what happened half a month ago, Yun Nuashing shuddered fiercely. The idea that had just sprung up in his mind was instantly erased in the cradle. Not long after, Yun Nuashing crossed 8 obstacles and arrived at the 9th layer of the celestial domain. The stars here were even bigger. Standing in front of those blazing stars, he couldn't see the end of them. Yun Nuashing felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. He found a dazzling, blazing star on the 9th layer of the celestial domain. It flickered with a beautiful purple radiance, and its temperature was many times higher than the other blazing stars he had seen. Even standing a few million li away, Yun Nuashing could feel the blazing heat. The temperature of this blazing star might not be lower than some of the divine flames ranked in the 50s or 60s. If he didn't release the power of the stars to protect himself, with his strength as a half-step demon, he might be burned to ashes when he approached a million li away. Strands of starlight quietly appeared. Yun Nuashing looked at this blazing star, and the light element brought him with it in a flash. He rushed to a spot 500,000 miles away from the purple star. Then he slowly approached until he was 300,000 miles away. Yun Nuashing felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pulling at him. Only then did he retreat a little and sit down cross-legged. The surging power of the stars lingered around his body, blocking the all-pervasive heat. He took out the Nethervoid sword and hung it on his back. He also took out the swirling zither and placed it between his legs. Yun Nuashing didn't use the swirling zither or the divine flames to block the heat. He wanted to feel it himself. In this place filled with the power of laws, elemental energy, willpower, and star energy, there was nothing better than experiencing it himself. Chapter 5:23. In the pitch-black and boundless space, countless stars twinkled with resplendent light. They tried to tear the darkness apart, but to no avail. Those blazing stars, those strange rocky stars, and those filled with violent winds silently revolved in this lonely and dark star domain. It had been like this since time immemorial, and there was no change at all. In the high-level star domain, a huge purple star was extremely dazzling in the star domain. That purple light was extremely bright even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Even in the 9th layer of the star domain, it was still an extremely huge star, and at this moment, in front of this incomparably huge star, there was a tiny figure that didn't attract any attention sitting there. His body was wrapped in the flame energy from the purple star, causing his entire body to glow with purple light. If he was moved to a dark place from here, he would discover that this fellow was also glowing, just like an extremely tiny star. At this moment, this person's body was emitting faint starlight, and a fiery red energy was churning on the surface of his body. If one looked closely, they would discover that this crimson energy was slowly absorbing the purple energy around his body, causing him to be dyed in a gorgeous shade of purple. This person was naturally Yun Nuashing. From the day he closed his eyes, a month had already passed. In this month, he frantically extracted the star energy in the star domain, and even extracted the blazing energy from the purple star in front of him. At the same time, he constantly released the star energy to resist the high temperature. Dense beads of sweat continuously dripped down from his forehead, and the black clothes on his body became wet and dry. Purple flames lingered on his body, making him look like he was on fire. This month was torture for him. He thought that with 2 divine flames, he wouldn't be afraid of the high temperature anymore. Even if he cultivated here, he would be able to adapt quickly. In the end, it was as if he was being fried in a high-temperature fire zone. No, it was as if he was being boiled in high-temperature water. With his somewhat weak willpower, he bitterly persevered for a month. Along the way, there were many times when he thought of quitting, but he stubbornly persevered. Even though he was very uncomfortable, especially when he discovered that his originally rapid cultivation speed had once again soared to the limit, he was even more desperately enduring the torment. Brother Nuashing, stop! Just as Yun Nuashing felt that he was about to break through to the next level, an anxious and pleasant voice sounded in his heart. It made him tremble violently, and his handsome face turned slightly pale. The most feared thing when cultivating was to be disturbed by others. Even if the spiritual physique diverted a bit of his attention to do some small things during cultivation, he would still be afraid of being disturbed. Lan Xan Er's spiritual call almost caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, even though he was slightly injured, Yun Nuashing only frowned. He didn't blame Exe. He knew that this girl wouldn't disturb him if there was nothing important. Since something could make her so anxious, something must have happened. He could only stop cultivating. The light elements suddenly swept him towards the distance, and he landed on a rocky star. After leaving that blazing hell, the surrounding temperature suddenly became much more normal. After resting for a while, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. His consciousness entered his soul with some trembling. As soon as he came out, his eyes widened. When he realized that Ziyi was not beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his gaze, he saw that Xan was not far away. She seemed to be very happy to see him, and she skipped over to him. Brother Nuashing. Lan Xan suddenly threw herself into Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her two jade arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yun Nuashing's heart warmed slightly. He gently pulled her into his embrace and heard her abrupt sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't break into the demonic realm, just a little bit more. Lan Xan raised her head. A trace of relief flashed across her pure and beautiful face. She looked at Yun Nuashing's puzzled eyes with lingering fear. She softly said, Brother Nuashing, do you still remember the path of the demonic realm that we told you before? Yun Nuashing nodded and said, the path of the demonic realm is divided into demonic realm and demonic realm. The former is the path taken by ordinary cultivators, while the latter is very dangerous. Lan Xan nodded. She leaned her head on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said in a very soft voice, almost as if she was talking in her sleep, we don't want Brother Nuashing to break into the demonic realm too early. Even as long as the hidden danger in Brother Nuashing's body is not removed, Xan would rather Brother Nuashing not break into the demonic realm. Yun Nuashing's body trembled. A strange expression flashed across his face. He clenched his fists. Only then did he discover in astonishment that he did not know when he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage. The amount of star energy in his body had increased by an unknown number of times. Furthermore, it was denser. There were even more stars twinkling in the black energy. If he wanted to break into the demonic realm, it would only take a short while. The realm is so fast. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. This cultivation speed was really too terrifying. In 3 months, he had reached the demonic realm's 9th refinement stage from the immortal realm's 9th refinement stage. If this news were to spread, it would probably frighten people to death. After reaching the demonic realm, in addition to accumulating a large amount of energy, one also needs to have a certain level of comprehension in cultivation. Only then can one break into the next realm. However, with Brother Nuashing's current level of comprehension, not to mention the demonic realm or the demonic realm, even the divine realm can be easily broken through. But the demonic realm, Lan Xan, R's soft voice made Yun Nuashing's heart tremble slightly. This breakthrough was completely involuntary. He even felt that if he were to cultivate here for 3 years, he would be able to reach the demigod level, or even the initial divine level. In this place, with the endless power of the stars and the endless power of the elements, it was a paradise for the divine body with spiritual reception. I understand. Thank you, Exe. Yun Nuashing patted Lan Xan's head and sighed. If it were not for her, in that state, he might have really broken through to the demonic realm in one go. Lan Xan smiled happily and then shook her head. She buried her face in Yun Nuashing's chest and murmured softly, after dozens of eras in the divine realm, only Brother Nuashing is Xan's family. Brother Nuashing is Xan's only one. This is the only place where Xan can stay. So, please don't say thank you to Xan, okay? Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. After being together for so many years, he had even forgotten that Exaner was a soul that had been released from the holy celestial crystal. He had even forgotten that she was an orphan from the mythological era who had been sealed for almost 100 eras. After a long, long sleep and a long wait, she had finally met him. She had finally spoken the language of the gods and had been residing in his soul ever since. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He hugged the person in his arms tighter and nodded heavily. "Okay." Lan Xien smiled sweetly and gently extricated herself from his arms. She smiled playfully at Yun Nuashing, which made his eyes light up. Then he heard her say, "Brother Nuashing can't continue to cultivate, but Xen has a lot of things to teach Brother Nuashing. The Void Technique is also a holy celestial heart sutra. It can greatly enhance one's control over the power of space. In Xien Er's time, it was a heart sutra that was coveted by many. Even a few big countries did not hesitate to start a war." After saying that, she did not wait for Yun Nuashing's response. She held his hand and walked out of the divine realm. Yun Nuashing looked at the exquisite figure in front of him and smiled silently. He felt very warm in his heart. Someone depended on him. It felt so good. When the two of them arrived in the divine realm, they were not in a hurry to start cultivating. Instead, they searched the galaxy in the ninth heaven. The Void Technique was related to the cultivation of the power of space. Since there were so many stars in the galaxy, there should also be stars related to the power of space. After passing by many huge stars, Yun Nuashing even saw a star. It was full of magic arrays. Even its core was a core formed by hundreds of billions of magic arrays. The two of them were very surprised that there was such a strange thing in this world. After secretly memorizing the location of this magic array star, Yun Nuashing and Lan Xen continued to search. Finally, after a day, they found it. Silver blue power formed a storm that wreaked havoc on the star. The core of this star was a mass of the power of space. As for the interior of the star, it was empty. There was only an endless amount of silver blue power of space flowing inside, creating a supersonic spatial storm. Yun Nuashing wanted to sit down cross-legged outside this silver blue star. However, Lan Xien pulled him directly. A terrifying power of space exploded from her petite body. Yun Nuashing almost fainted. However, a surge of silver blue power flowed into his body through her small hand, allowing him to catch his breath. Yun Nuashing looked at Lan Xien, who was pulling him along as they flew side by side. He looked at the two hands that were holding each other. Yun Nuashing unconsciously squeezed them. They were soft and boneless, and her skin was like congealed fat. They were so smooth that he wanted to take a bite out of them. They felt very good to the touch. Lan Xen blushed slightly. However, she did not stop him. Instead, she tightened her grip on his hand. After seeing the expression on Lan Xien's face, Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly and did not move anymore. Lan Xien brought Yun Nuashing to a place not far away from the core of the power of space. Only then did she stop. The power of space emanating from her petite body calmed down the violent power of space around her. The power of space here was so dense that it was frightening. Yun Nuashing did not doubt that even a divine king would be torn to shreds if he entered here. If not for Lan Xien's power of space, he would not have been able to enter this place. Even with the two divine flames, it would have been very difficult. However, Lan Xien did not dare to let go of Yun Nuashing. She was worried that if she did, the frightening power of space would kill Yun Nuashing, who was not prepared for it at all. The two of them sat very close to each other. Their knees were pressed against each other. Lan Xien's power of space flowed through Yun Nuashing's body. Only then did Yun Nuashing feel relieved. Then a fragment of his soul gushed out from between his eyebrows and entered his mind. A huge amount of information flooded in like a tidal wave. At the same time, in the starry door, the Mountain King explained the matter of the starry door clearly. When he saw Zien and the others pushing the door open with all their might, his gaze softened. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. This group of people had pushed open the door to the 8th or 9th level. Huaji, in particular, saw that Yao Hua and the others had pushed open the door to the 9th level. Although he knew that his limit was the 8th level, he still pushed open the door to the 9th level with all his might. When they entered and saw the dazzling starry sky, everyone was shocked and excited. Yun Nuoxing's long-cherished wish to travel in the star region. Of course, they wanted to set foot in the star region. However, they could not go to the star region until they reached the initial god level. Now that they saw the dazzling galaxy here, they felt that they could die without regrets. It would have been great to bring my sister and the others here. Yuan, she could not help but sigh. Then he looked strangely at the Mountain King, who was chuckling beside him. He still could not understand why he had allowed them to inherit and cultivate, and even brought them to such a wonderful place. Senior Mountain, do you know where Little Star is? Zien bowed slightly and asked the Mountain King. The Mountain King smiled and nodded. Then he pointed to a spot above and smiled. That little guy is in a star that contains the power of space. He is creating a miracle. Miracle? Everyone was stunned. Then they were shocked. What kind of magnificent feat was it to make such a person say such a word? Half-demonic, rank 9 transformation stage. He has begun to control the power of space. This is something that can only be achieved when one reaches the initial god level. Don't you think it's a miracle? The Mountain King chuckled. What? Everyone was stunned. They quickly dug their ears and widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. He has begun to control the power of space. The Mountain King added. No, no, no. The first sentence, that kid is already at the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage. The Mountain King smiled. To reach the half-demonic rank 9 transformation stage in 3 months, and to be able to advance to the demonic rank at any time, this speed shocked him. No. Oh my God! Can this guy be any faster? Can't he wait for us? Sick. Demon. Monster. Demon in human form. Chapter 5:24. Even Yun Nuoxing, who was deep in cultivation, couldn't help but sneeze loudly after being talked about by more than 10 people at the same time. He even shivered and had goosebumps. However, he was now in a very strange state. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't control the power of space. This was without a doubt, and everyone agreed that this was the case. Unless he had a very special constitution, he would be born with the power of space. For example, Zero, the illusory time body. He would be born with the power of time and space. Even if he couldn't use them accurately, he was strong enough to threaten the Emperor of the Netherworld. And this special physique seemed to include the Yun Nuo planet. The spirit receiving divine body devoured all kinds of energy. Elemental energy, immortal chi, devil chi, divine primordial spirit, 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 divine primordial spirit. These were all energy. And as long as it was energy, the spirit receiving divine body would not reject it. The energy in this star with the power of space was very violent. It was so violent that it couldn't be any more violent. If a beginner god entered, he would be killed without hesitation. Therefore, even if Yun Nuoxing had the godly body of a receptive spirit, he didn't dare to let the violent space energy rush in. His body would be directly destroyed by the violent energy. Even though Yun Nuoxing had successfully cultivated the void technique, he didn't dare to directly swallow the power of space outside. However, he also knew that if he could really absorb a large part of the power of space and completely refine it, his control and understanding of the power of space would reach a new level. However, the two of them didn't dare to take the risk. Yun Nuoxing could only carefully refine the power of space from Lon Xen. He couldn't borrow the power of space outside, but it could help him quickly understand it. It wouldn't be long before he could show the greedy nature of the spiritual receiving godly body. While Yun Nuashing was immersed in cultivating the power of space, Xian and the others had also arrived at the 9th level of the Milky Way. Shui Qing had only pushed open the door to the 8th level, so Shui Ge and the others had stayed behind to accompany her. In the end, as soon as they said this, the 3 of them were unceremoniously thrown up to the 9th level of the Milky Way by Shui Qing. Furthermore, she had kicked them up to the 9th level of the Milky Way. Everyone found the silver blue star. Although they were curious, they did not dare to get too close to it. The spatial power that was spreading out was extremely destructive. As little immortals, it would be very serious if they came into contact with it. The shop owner was about to reach the demon stage. How can I fall behind? No, I can't fall behind. I can't. Nightmare only took a glance before roaring and running away, rushing to other places in the star field. He was eager to attack the demon rank. Everyone, let's also prepare to break through. The energy here is dozens of times denser than outside. If nothing goes wrong, we will be able to reach the half-demon stage soon. Little Star is about to reach the demon stage. We can't show any weakness, right? Yuan, she shrugged and smiled. Charge. Attack the half-demon stage. That way, when we go back, those old guys can't say anything. The time has passed. Yao Hua suddenly thought of something and shuddered violently. He still remembered that Jin Jinwang had said that they would reach the half-demon stage in 10 years. Now, 10 years had passed, but they were still in the 8th level of the immortal stage. If they went back and found out, they would probably be hung up and beaten. Cultivate. Half-demon stage. No, I want to break through to the demon stage. King Hell. I forgot that 10 years have passed a long time ago. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon. Demon stage. Oh! Seeing Yao Hua and the others disappear into the star field like a group of demons, Xian and the others nodded and scattered in the star field to find a suitable star to break through. Xian looked back at the silver blue star. Mei Mao smiled and said to herself, "Little star, you can do it. When we come out, I will definitely surpass you." In the distance, the great mountain king clearly saw that everyone would look at the silver blue star when they left. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the child was their soul. Inside the silver blue star, Yun Nuashing naturally didn't know that Xian and the others had arrived, but he guessed that they should be here soon. As for whether they wanted to break through to the half-demon stage or even the demon stage, he wasn't worried at all. Whether it was the energy here or the form of the energy, it was enough for everyone to cultivate until they reached the demon stage. When you reach the half-demon stage, you have to understand the energy and re-examine the existence of the energy. It's not just the form, but also the way to use the energy and the understanding of the energy. All of this directly affects your combat power. Yun Nuashing thought to himself. But according to Lan Xian, the so-called understanding was enough for him to break through to the God stage. He didn't have to worry about it. And when it came to understanding energy, the energy carrier was a crystal. It couldn't be any worse than a solid one. As a result, he settled down and cultivated the void technique with all his might. His understanding and mastery of spatial force increased rapidly, and he even attempted to devour the spatial force outside. This cultivation speed surprised Lan Xian. Her cherry lips were slightly agape because of her surprise. She even watched as Yun Nuashing's use of the power of space improved. She could directly observe the effect of his gradual mastery of the power of space on the power of space in this place. Did the God Spirit blood pulse create the receptive Spirit God body, or did the receptive Spirit God body affect the God Spirit blood pulse? Lan Xian kept mumbling. The God Spirit blood pulse could give birth to a strange body. From that point of view, she didn't know if the receptive Spirit God body had appeared because of the God Spirit blood pulse. Brother Nuashing is using the power of space to refine his body. Seeing the silver blue energy enter Yun Nuashing's body and spread through his body, it was gradually being consumed by his body. Lon Exener was shocked. But she was numb to it. It had been so many years. Whatever Yun Nuashing didn't surprise her, because he was a strange guy to begin with. She quietly watched for a long time. After seeing that Yun Nuashing wasn't having any accidents, she gently nodded. Mei Mao closed her eyes and started to practice. Even though she was only left with a soul, she couldn't increase her level. She could only practice her soul power, but there was a lot of space power there. It helped her control of the power of space to another level. Cultivation was extremely dry and dull. It was a battle that wore away one's patience. Since ancient times, the Almighties had always been extraordinarily patient. They would cultivate in seclusion for months, or even years, in order to obtain greater power. As for gods, a single seclusion would allow them to comprehend and gain enlightenment in an instant. However, it would take them hundreds, or even thousands of years. As for high-level gods, they could spend millions of years in seclusion. God spirits closed their eyes and the world changed. In the galaxy, a yellow-robed figure gently raised his head. He had finished his comprehension. There was a smile in his eyes. He couldn't help but murmur. This group of little guys broke through to the demon level in just half a year after entering the galaxy. The figure was the Mountain King. Since Xian and the others entered the galaxy, half a year had passed. But to him, it was as if he had just closed his eyes. Another one, too. This group of little guys can't stand the loneliness. They want to break through as a group. The Mountain King stood up with a smile. As he stood up, he felt another 7 or 8 auras rushing to the demon level. In the galaxy, the demon aura was rolling. 2 months ago, a few of the little guys succeeded. Now, the 9 united children have succeeded. Why is that child still half demon level 9? The Mountain King's deep eyes reflected the stars and swept across the galaxy. Although he couldn't see anyone, he seemed to be able to see the group of people who were far away. When he saw Yun Nuashing, he was a little surprised. Why didn't this girl change? The power of space. She has already condensed the origin of space. TSK. A half-demon-level little guy has actually grasped the power of space that is comparable to a god underworld master. Just based on her understanding of the power of space, she is invincible among those below the initial god level. The spiritual godly physique is indeed the strongest physique in the world. The Mountain King smiled and stroked the tuft of beard on his chin. Back then, this group of little guys came for the secret realm. Unknowingly, they have been cultivating for almost a year. The Mountain King mumbled to himself. Once they have stabilized, I will send them there. I wonder if anyone has found the secret treasure inside. Now that the demon world is restless, there are many demonic cultivators in the Pantheon world. Are they planning to invade the Pantheon world again? No one heard the Mountain King's mumbling. At this moment, everyone was stabilizing their cultivation level, except for a certain someone who was cultivating in seclusion in the silver blue star. Lan Xan opened her eyes for Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing with joy. In half a year, he had cultivated the void technique to such a level. Moreover, his cultivation level was not enough to control the power of space. Such talent, even in their clan, was second to none. I wonder what kind of peerless girl Brother Nuashing will marry in the future. Lan Xian inexplicably thought of this. However, she quickly shook her head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing's heartless was not a bluff. Perhaps he didn't know it himself. However, Lan Xian and the others had always lived in his soul. They knew him better than he knew himself. How could they not know what was going on? However, even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. The more I look at you, the more beautiful you look. Lan Xian blinked her eyes from Mei Mao. She smiled as she stared at Yun Nuashing. She gently stretched out her hand and stroked his face. Then, she stood up and looked at the huge solid core behind him, which was formed by the power of space. The solid core of the space origin star. It is said that if one can refine a solid crystal formed by the condensation of a type of energy, one will have a pass to that level. I wonder if it is true or not. Lan Xan whispered to herself. She was born in the mythological era and knew many secrets that the people of this era did not know. Mei Mao was a little dignified. Lan Xan could not help but lift her foot and walk towards the core. A rich power of space flowed out from her delicate body and blocked the invading power of space outside. The distance of 1,000 miles felt very long to Lan Xan. It seemed that she could not reach the end no matter how hard she walked. However, with every step she took, she would advance a large distance or retreat a large distance. She kept walking in that direction, but it was difficult for her to get close. Am I not completely aware that I cannot get close to the space origin? Or do I need to completely control the space origin? Lan Xan aside, however, she kept walking in that direction. Her body moved forward and backward at times. If one observed carefully, it seemed that every time she moved forward, she would move back a little more. Chapter 5:25. Lan Xan did not know how much time had passed. It could have been 10 days or half a month. She stopped in front of the space origin crystal. She looked at the space origin crystal, which was many times bigger than her. She could not help but sigh. During this period of time, she had felt that it was difficult to move such a large piece of the space origin crystal. I want to try. Lan Xan bit her red lips with her white teeth and nodded firmly. She slowly stretched out her jade-like hand, inch by inch, towards the space origin crystal. Boom! However, before she could touch it, a terrifying space power suddenly exploded and slammed into her jade-like hand. However, Lan Xan was prepared. A silver-blue light flowed on the surface of her jade-like hand, and the space power did not cause her any harm. The space power rolled in from all directions. It was not directed at Lan Xan. It was just the space origin crystal that had been stimulated and was releasing its own pressure. Lan Xan continued to wave her jade-like hand, and a strange wave swept across the void. When the wave came into contact with the violent space storm, it calmed it down. However, this storm was only a small wave in the sea of space power. The entire star is in chaos. Sensing the movement of the entire star, Mei Mao's expression changed slightly. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was thousands of miles away. She saw that he was swaying around in the silver-blue sea like a rootless duckweed. However, this was not because Yun Nuoxing was being swept away, but because the chaotic space power was constantly changing the space he was in. If this continued, he did not even know where he would be thrown. Lan Xan gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand suddenly crossed the distance of less than half a foot and pressed directly on the space origin crystal. Buzz! At that moment, Lan Xan felt as if the entire space was roaring and wailing. The frightening power of space had gone out of control and was rampaging within the entire planet. Streaks of chaotic power of space radiated out into the starfield. Fortunately, Xian and the others were cultivating far away from the silver-blue planet, so they were not affected. Lan Xan's expression changed, and she quickly retracted her hand. However, the space force seemed to have locked onto her and exploded on the surface of the origin source. Like a tsunami, the space force rushed towards Lan Xan. Even though Lan Xan was very proficient in the power of space, she still couldn't help but turn pale. Her hands formed a seal at lightning speed, and a shout suddenly came from her mouth. Void escape. As soon as she finished speaking, a force of space wrapped around her body, causing her to become illusory in the blink of an eye. In Lan Xan's line of sight, she saw a pitch-black void. She was directly dragged into the void by the strong force of space. Poof! However, The ferocious and concentrated spatial energy ignored the boundaries of space and distance. Even though Lan Xan was in the empty space, she was still swept by the ferocious spatial energy, causing her delicate body to become much more illusory. A huge force hit Lan Xan, his body like a battering ram. She was knocked out of the void space. Her body appeared outside the space original crystal, and she was sent flying. Xan. The sudden anxious voice caused Lan Xan's beautiful eyes to be startled. Before she could stabilize her body, she felt that she had crashed into a warm embrace. At the same time, she was fiercely flying backwards with this embrace. The huge force was unable to be dispelled by the figure behind her. The two of them flew out for thousands of miles before they managed to stop in the sea of Space Force. Hearing the sigh of relief behind her, Mei Mao blamed herself. She quickly turned around in the embrace and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She said, "Brother Nuoxing, however, before she could finish her sentence, Yun Nuoxing flicked her forehead. Lan Xan was stunned for a moment. "Girl, what are you doing?" Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll his eyes at her. The space storm was too terrifying. It had directly awakened him from his deep seclusion. "Brother Nuoxing, When Lan Xan heard this, Mei Mao blamed herself. She clenched her fists tightly and trembled. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to muster up her courage. She took a deep breath and looked straight at Yun Nuoxing. She opened her mouth slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a warm palm covered her mouth. Her expression froze. The hesitation in your heart is vividly displayed. Yun Nuoxing covered her mouth and shook his head helplessly. He said, "If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Brother Nuoxing will not force you. Everyone has their little secrets." When Lan Xan heard this, she was stunned again. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing in a daze. Suddenly she smiled. Her smile was very charming. Yun Nuoxing's eyes lit up. This smile made the surrounding silver-blue light dim. "Brother Nuoxing." Lan Xan smiled foolishly. Her red lips moved forward. When Yun Nuoxing was not paying attention, she lightly kissed his face. Then she quickly retracted her hand. Her face was red. She continued to smile and said, "I really want to give birth to your children." Yun Nuoxing was so shocked by this hand that his soul was trembling. Then, when he heard the sentence, his handsome face was so red that it was steamed. After a long time, he came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at her. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was embarrassed, helpless, and a little happy, Lan Xan giggled. She imitated Ziyi and pinched his handsome face. Then she said, "But I still have to say it." After organizing her thoughts for a moment, Lan Xan slowly said those words. She did not hide a single word. Yun Nuoxing was now the person closest to her. She did not want to hide anything from him. Crystallization of the energy source. When he heard this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Energy did not have a physical form. It was illusory, except for some elements that could become physical, such as the ice element. The rest of the elemental energies were illusory. If a strong force was used to condense it into other forms, such as Yun Nuoxing's usual elemental energy, it would only last for a short period of time. Once there was no more energy to support it, it would dissipate. "Do you want it?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. The netherworld ruins sword appeared in his hand. Ling Hongjian also appeared beside him. "Brother Nuoxing, forget it. You can't get it." When Lan Xan saw this action, she did not know what he was thinking. She quickly pressed Yun Nuoxing's hand down and shook her head. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it was true. The crystallization of the space source was as big as a large city. Without a special storage device, it would be impossible to store it after resting for a while. Lan Xan returned to his soul. Yun Nuoxing had already mastered the void technique. The power of space here would not cause him any harm. However, After being ravaged by the space storm just now, his soul had become a little transparent. Looking at the dazzling space behind him, Yun Nuashing stared at the huge core in the distance and shook his head. His body was enveloped by the silver-blue power of space. After a while, he disappeared from his original spot. Half-demon, rank 9 refinement stage. Don't advance first. Those guys should have broken through to the demon rank by now. In the star field, Yun Nuashing's figure appeared. He looked around and then flew toward the place. I don't lack mystic technique, heart, sutras now. However, I don't have many mystic techniques. Fortunately, the mystic technique heart sutras I have learned come with 1 or 2 sets of mystic techniques. I don't have to worry about not having a way to deal with my enemies. It's just that my mystic techniques are slightly more advanced. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at his palms. He clenched his fist slightly and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. Phew! Fortunately, I have the void technique. Using the power of space does not consume so much energy. When I can control the power of space more accurately, I should be able to use it like my elemental power. I don't need to consume the power of the stars. For now, I'll just make do with it. Seeing that he was hundreds of miles away with just a thought, Yun Nuashing could not help but smile. However, after a while he shook his head. He was not satisfied. If the king of the mountains knew what he was thinking, he would probably slap him unconscious. If he was not satisfied with being able to control the power of space at the half-demon rank, how could those gods endure it? I'm here. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing stopped. He looked at the huge star not far in front of him that was made up of magic arrays. Without much hesitation, he rushed in. Inside the star made up of magic arrays were flickering nonstop. Magic arrays were constantly being formed, and there were also magic arrays that collapsed and dissipated. The energy nurtured inside was very special. It was very suitable to be used to weave magic arrays. Moreover, it would strengthen the magic arrays. Yun Nuashing came to the core of the star. It was the gathering place of magic arrays. There were trillions of magic arrays wrapped around this ball that did not have a physical body. Outside the ball, there were thick energy array lines that extended out like a cocoon. Can I go in? Yun Nuashing originally wanted to sit down and cultivate not far away from the sphere, but when he saw the incomparably huge core, his heart palpitated a little. He hesitated for a while, hesitated again and again, then nodded fiercely and walked towards the incomparably huge core. Yun Nuashing looked up. He was standing very close to the core, so he could not see how huge it was. He took a deep breath and suddenly reached out his hand to slap the dazzling magic array. Yun Nuashing originally thought that the palm would directly pass through, but the slender palm directly slapped on the array, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. Before he could recover from his shock, this huge array ball suddenly split open a crack that was about 10 feet wide. 2 thick energy matrices shot out from within at an extremely fast speed, instantly wrapping around Yun Nuashing's waist. Wait! Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically. He took a step back and wanted to retreat. However, the 2 energy matrices suddenly pulled him and rushed into the core of the formation. He was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. When he was about to enter, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After Yun Nuashing was swallowed into the core, the crack that was about 10 feet wide quietly closed. There was no trace of it. If one stood far enough away, they would not even be able to see what was happening. The magic array star I saw in the depths of the star field contained a very mysterious energy. Using this energy to weave a magic array could increase its power and make it easier to weave a magic array successfully. At that time, many god-level magic array masters only cultivated outside the star. No one dared to enter it. The great mountain monarch opened his eyes and looked at the 9-layered star river. He could not help but smile. Although I imprinted it here, no one has ever touched it. What a lucky kid. I wonder what they will think. Chapter 5:26. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuashing and the others had already stayed in the palace for a year. They cultivated, comprehended, and battled. The flames of war were still raging in the secret realm. Today, they found secret treasure. Tomorrow, they dug out a palace. The conflicts between the various forces were getting more and more intense. However, Yun Nuashing and the others seemed to have forgotten their purpose in coming here. In the magnificent palace, there was a courtyard that was very unique. In broad daylight, 2 stars hung high in the sky. However, starlight shone down on this place. Looking up, one could see the bright stars twinkling in the dark sky. Below this region of the starry sky, there was a very ordinary-looking tree. However, there were crystal-like fruits on the tree. When a gentle breeze blew, the crystals collided with each other and made a crisp, tinkling sound. A small river that was only 10 feet wide drew a circle around this place, and then flowed into the distance. On this small island that had been divided, a dozen young boys and girls were sitting quietly in front of a stone table under a big tree. Cups of hot tea emitted a very unique tea fragrance. Just a light sniff would make one feel as if they were floating in the air. The middle-aged man sat in front of the stone table. With a wave of his hand, a crystal fell from the tree and accurately landed in the teapot. It was submerged in the boiling water and quickly disappeared. The transparent boiling water in the teapot was stained with a bit of green. The color was the same as the crystal that fell from the tree. The pleasant tinkling sound was like a swaying wind chime. The quiet river also made a soft sound. It was obviously still, but there was the sound of flowing water. Phew! After a long time, the white-robed youth came back to his senses. He looked at the big tree in front of him and then at the passage in the distance. Then he raised his teacup and took another sip. He tasted it carefully and was so comfortable that his eyes rolled back. Senior Mountain, are these tea leaves the fruits of the soul crystal tree? Yuan she finally could not help but ask after taking another sip of tea. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the big tree beside him with a smile. He also raised his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Did you find anything?" Yuan she nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were still rolling. It seemed that he was really not far from becoming an immortal. I can feel my soul being tempered. It feels as though I have been cultivating for many years. If I cultivate now, my cultivation base might even rise to another level, Yao Hua said, intoxicated. The cultivation of the demonic rank focuses more on the control of power. Demonic qi, elemental energy, soul energy, and mental energy. For you to be able to successfully advance in one go, there's no need to talk about the purity of the elements. Furthermore, your soul energy and elemental energy have already begun to fuse. When the two powers are completely fused and can sense each other, you can step into the demigod rank. Soul crystals can temper one's soul, making it easier for one's soul power to fuse with elemental energy. They can also allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. The Mountain King's words caused everyone to open their eyes. They couldn't help but take another sip. The soul crystal tree was rare. In the outside world, a soul crystal the size of 2 fingers was equivalent to 500 kilograms of premium glazed crystal, which was equivalent to 6 million gold coins. As for the soul crystals on this tree, each soul crystal was as thick as 3 fingers and as long as a palm. Who knew how much it could be sold for? When Xian heard this, she silently put down the cup in her hand. Mei Mao looked at the passage of the palace. Such a divine item should have some effect on Little Star, right? When the Mountain King saw this, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh. Drink to your heart's content. There's plenty here. It's not like your little lover will miss a cup. Hearing this, a few people directly spat out their tea. Xian's pretty face was completely red. She quickly lowered her head. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. This Mountain King even knew how to joke. Why hasn't Little Star come out yet? Jining wiped her mouth and couldn't help but ask. That child had some fortuitous encounters. He should be coming out soon. The Mountain King smiled. When he talked about Yun Nuashing, his gaze would become somewhat gentle. It was as if he was talking about his own junior. Then he thought of something and said, "You guys have to pray that he doesn't choose to break through. Otherwise, he might be a demigod when he comes out." Uft. This time, everyone spat out their tea. Xian and the other girls choked and coughed violently. Their pretty faces were a little red. Half a demigod? Nightmare's reaction was the most intense. She jumped up and widened her eyes as if she wanted to dig them out. Of course, it's also possible that he won't break through. Don't you guys still want to go to the mystic realm? The Mountain King smiled and looked at everyone with a teasing gaze. Everyone was stunned, and then they all laughed bitterly. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, they had forgotten about the secret realm. But fortunately, although their cultivation had improved a lot, none of them had broken through the devil rank. That way, they wouldn't be restricted from entering the secret realm. However, everyone was quite shocked just now. The Mountain King's words weren't baseless. Since he said so, it meant that Yun Nuashing could break through to the demigod realm in a year in the most violent way. She might even be able to break through to the demigod realm before she was 100 years old. Hiss! Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. To become a god in 100 years, that was a little scary. How leisurely. Just as everyone was scaring themselves, a light laughter came from the space. Everyone was stunned. They found the source of the sound and turned around quickly. They saw that on the empty seat beside Xian, a handsome young man in black clothes had appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a teacup and taking a sip. Then he couldn't help but let out a moan. He seemed to be quite comfortable. Little Star, seeing the person who appeared beside him, Xian cried out in joy. As for Yuan Shi and the others, they stared at him with their eyes wide open. Phew, that's good, that's good. Demigod 9th cycle transformation. That's not right. Why haven't you broken through to the demigod realm? Could it be that you've encountered another barrier? Seeing Yun Nuashing calmly drinking tea, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but ask at once if he was still a demigod 9th cycle transformation. Then he would be the one with the lowest cultivation in the group. Their group of more than 10 people had all broken through to the demigod realm. Yes, there's a slight problem with my body. I'm currently suppressing my realm. If I break through to the demigod realm, there might be some side effects. Therefore, breaking through or not doesn't affect me that much. Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently. To him, it didn't matter whether he broke through to the demigod realm or not. Small success in controlling the power of space. I'm afraid that with your power of space, you'll be invincible among demigods. Of course, breaking through to the demigod realm isn't that important to you. As long as you want to, you can break through to the demigod realm anytime. The Mountain Emperor's eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw through Yun Nuashing. The moment they heard this, Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. He had really managed to grasp the power of space. Furthermore, he had already achieved a small success in it. What sort of a monster was this guy? As for the problem with your body, why don't you tell me and see if I can solve it for you? The Mountain Emperor took a sip of tea and said indifferently. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's expression turned slightly sluggish. His silver-purple eyes turned slightly and looked at Xian and the others. He then looked at Jining and Xueqing. After pondering for a while, he nodded. Anyway, the people here were his best friends. They wouldn't expose him. Although Jining and the others might tell Jin Jinwang and the others, they would have to say it sooner or later. Even if they didn't, Yun Nuashing would say it himself. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing naturally didn't have any scruples. He directly explained the situation, but he hid a part of the reason. Little Star, Didn't you say that the vengeful spirit wouldn't have any effect on you? When he finished speaking, Yuan, she was the first to react. He quickly asked, I thought it wouldn't have any effect. Ziyi and Xin heirs, Seal shouldn't have any problems. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. But now, Qinyan said in a low voice, a grim expression appearing on her face, now that the evil spirit has broken free from your shadow, it's attacking you instead. The demon qi in your soul and mind is getting stronger and stronger. Compared to the shock and surprise of the others, Xian was relatively calm. She had seen Yun Nuashing's seal a long time ago. It was very scary and ferocious. Can I see the seal mark? The Mountain Emperor asked softly. He was very casual and didn't put on airs at all. Therefore, he got along very well with everyone in the past year. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard that. He looked deeply at the Mountain Emperor. The Mountain Emperor also looked at him and revealed a very amiable smile. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. You guys can leave first. Yun Nuashing turned his head and said to Xian and the others. However, he really didn't want Xian and the others to see him. He thought that everyone would be very cooperative, but Yuan, she's gaze froze. He glared fiercely at Yun Nuashing and roared, Men, suppress him! Oh, everyone sneered. The demonic aura on their bodies went berserk. The elemental energy in their hands surged out violently, causing Yun Nuashing to shiver. Stop, stop, stop. Sai, I'm afraid of you. Just don't say that you're scared later. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, could he? After laughing bitterly for a while, Shui Yan gently wiped his handsome face with his palm. The blue light on Shui Yan's skin flashed and disappeared. His original face was revealed. Half of his beautiful face was now covered in black runes. His eyes had become a very ferocious, blood-red color. Even the whites of his eyes were gone. There was only a red light that flickered. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the mountain monarch's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It can be used to intimidate the enemy, the Mountain Emperor said calmly. Everyone. The Mountain Emperor looked at it for a long time but was helpless. Half of that thing was sealed in Yun Nuashing's soul, and the other half was sealed in his shadow. Even though he was an emperor god, he had never seen such a seal before. He tried to use energy to break the seal, but Yun Nuashing felt that the slumbering chaos in his body seemed to have become active. He quickly stopped the Mountain Emperor. Maybe an expert of that level can help you solve it. In the end, the Mountain Emperor could only say this helplessly. That level. Yun Nuashing and the others immediately understood what level it was. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yun Nuashing was even more disheartened. It seemed like he could only wait until he saw Xianin, but he didn't even know where Xianin was. Go back and rest for a day. Understand it well. I'll get someone to bring you to the secret realm tomorrow. After sitting for a while, the Mountain Emperor said. Everyone understood that they had been here for a year. They stood up and bowed to the Mountain Emperor, then walked out of the hall. Chapter 5:27. After watching Yun Nuashing and the others leave the hall, the Mountain Sovereign Emperor smiled inexplicably. With a wave of his hand, he put away the cups on the table and took out 6 more teacups. He took out a soul crystal and brewed a pot of strong tea. After pouring the tea into the 6 teacups, he took a sip from one of the teacups and heaved a sigh of relief. What do you think of these children? The Mountain Sovereign Emperor suddenly laughed and rubbed his fingers on the stone table as if he was talking to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, the door to the passageway was pushed open again. Soon after, 5 people walked in slowly and sat beside the Mountain Sovereign Emperor. They took a sip from their teacups and heaved a long sigh of relief. If Yun Nuashing and the others were still here, they would see that the 5 people who just walked in were the people on the 5 statues. I think they're pretty good. Those 9 children are from the 9 sacred halls, right? And those 4 should be from the Morong clan. Their auras are a little similar. The two little girls are very suitable for cultivating the fairy power. The little guy from the Yuan clan is pretty good too. The little guy with purple hair barely qualifies. He's about there. You're just short of teaching him everything you know. Not bad. You're a hypocrite. The 5 people looked at this guy with disdain. Don't say that. The 4 of you aren't any better. I took a liking to him first. But you've already taught him half of what you've learned in your lifetime. Huh. Are you trying to snatch him from me? That person was choked and retorted fiercely. Everyone appreciates talent. Old F.A., calm down. The mountain's sovereign emperor couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Calm down? You Geoduck. The mountain's sovereign emperor took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes at the 5 people, causing them to laugh evilly. The beautiful and holy woman curled her lips into a smile that could bring chaos to the world. She couldn't help but chuckle and say, "That little guy might be my junior brother." Uft. Old witch, who are you talking about? Spiritual godly body? The mountain's sovereign emperor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea and glare at her. Heavenly God Glaze's inheritance? The great emperor of the colored Glaze's inheritance came from that high and mighty god. It was a very secretive force in the myriad god world. It was passed down by the colored Glaze god. However, this force had always been hidden in the dark. Even those who weren't at their level wouldn't know of its existence. I can feel the fluctuations of the Glaze treasure mirror, and it's even more complete than mine. However, I don't think that little fellow has mastered it yet. Maybe it's because he doesn't have the Glaze divine crystal. The beautiful woman smiled, her face filled with gratification. She was extremely happy to be able to see her junior brother. What, you want to help him? A strange smile appeared on Emperor Wanfa's face as he stroked his mustache. There was a smug look in his eyes. You guessed it right. It's rare to meet such an outstanding junior brother, and he's also so cute. How can I not give him a push? Back then, Master had said that we must unite and help each other. The beautiful woman's smile was extremely stunning as she nodded. Liuli, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that brat? A man with a long saber on his back couldn't help but tease her. Even if I'm not 20 million years old, I'm at least 18 million years old, right? What's in your head? The beautiful woman glared at him and couldn't help but kick him into the water. After all, Soul Saber is almost 30 million years old. Mountain King laughed. Great Emperor Colored Glaze rolled her eyes at him. She took out a ring and placed it on the table. Then she said softly, "Mountain, give this to him." Mountain King raised his eyebrows and picked up the ring. He took a look at it with his consciousness and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. With a strange expression, he asked, Colored Glaze, "Where did you get this Glaze divine crystal that's as tall as a mountain?" Of course it's... The Empress covered her mouth and chuckled. Before she could finish her sentence, there was an ear-piercing shriek. D*MN. I searched the entire world for the Glazed divine crystal, and you just gave it to that brat. The young man with a row of cone-like bangs stood up abruptly and couldn't help but shout. You gave him the art of annihilation and the great formation of annihilation. Don't King compare. The 4 of them roared. Emperor of Annihilation curled up in his chair and trembled. He looked at them innocently. The Glazed Divine Court has very few people. Even in the entire realm of the gods, there are only 50 of them. That's even fewer than the Temple of Light. No matter what, I have to take care of this cute little junior. The Empress took the ring and gently stroked it with her slender fingers. She couldn't help but sigh. Do you think he can refine the Glazed Divine Crystal? Back then, when you asked us to help you refine the Glazed Divine Crystal, it took the 6 of us a total of 20 years to help you cultivate the Glazed Mirror to the 2nd stage. The Mountain Sovereign couldn't help but say, I think so. The Empress paused for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but cough dryly. That brat has two types of divine flames. I should be able to refine it if I borrow it. Wait, what did you say? Two types. Two types of divine flames. You're not joking, are you, old witch? Emperor of Annihilation was immediately energized. If you call me old witch again, I'll slap you to death. Black lines appeared on the Empress' forehead. She raised her hand and was about to slap them. What? You want to refine something? Mountain King looked at him with a smile. Of course. Divine flames. Divine weapons for refining. I've been looking for them my entire life, but I haven't found even one. Why is that brat breaking the rules? Wouldn't it be great if he could just give me one? I'd even go bankrupt and buy it. Emperor of Annihilation said viciously. Divine flames? I'd like to borrow them too. Soul Saber Emperor crawled out of the water, leaving a trail of water behind him. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Refine medicine? The Empress rolled her eyes. Yes. Soul Saber Emperor nodded vigorously. I know what went wrong the last time I refined the immortal grade pill. That's right, I need divine flames. With so many god emperors appearing together, are you trying to scare my little junior brother to death? The female empress shook her head, helplessly. Emperor Myriad Arts raised his hand. Scram! What do you need divine flames for? The Empress, Emperor of Annihilation, and Soul Saber Emperor roared in unison. The Empress's throat felt a little itchy from all the shouting. She elegantly drank a mouthful of tea and glanced at the white-haired old man who had been silent all this while. She couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, say something as well. Mountain King and the others turned to look at the white-haired old man. He was the last statue that Yun Nuashing had seen, the primordial devouring fate beast. Old Fate's eyebrows twitched and he opened his eyes. His left eye was very strange. It was bluish-green, and there was a cross imprinted in it. Lapis Lazuli and the little guy are fated, and this fate was established a long time ago. Maybe it's because of the lapis lazuli. As for the five of us, the line of fate that was originally illusory has finally become real. The old man took a sip of tea, closed his left eye, and opened his right eye. The little guy's luck is unbelievable. What do you mean? Is my junior brother's luck bad? The Empress asked with a frown. No, his fate is very strong, and it was changed by someone. He was given a very strong fate, but I can't see how it was changed. Maybe the person who changed his fate. Old Fate paused and couldn't continue. I understand. You don't have to say any more. The Empress trembled and nodded quickly. Mountain King was also surprised. He believed that there were experts of that level in the god realm, but no one knew where they were. This kid has a lot of secrets. Mountain King couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you tempted? Do you want to rob him? Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but laugh. Why would I be so ungentlemanly? Besides, Old Fate also said that the child is a person with great luck. The demon realm is ready to make a move, and we still need these little guys to resist them. The great mountain monarch rolled his eyes. Is there a lack of experts in the god realm? There must be a lot of hell kings and hell emperors, and even god emperors. There shouldn't be a big problem. Soul Saber Emperor curled his lips. He had entered and left the demon world 7 times in the past, so he wasn't afraid of them. 25 million years ago, the demonic world had invaded once. However, that was just a small-scale invasion. This time around, it's hard to say. Do you guys still remember when the last Great War was? The Mountain King shook his head. 2 billion years ago. Old Fate said slowly. 2 billion years ago? That was at the end of the last era. Excluding the invasion, 25 million years ago. How much power has the demon world accumulated this time? Mountain King couldn't help but sigh. The star of calamity shines and the stars bow. In the future, there will be a violent storm that will sweep across the entire god realm. Old Fate looked at the dark sky and said, "When the star of calamity is stable, the god realm will be stable." Star of calamity? Old Fate, you said those words many years ago. Can't you be more precise? The great emperors were anxious. The star of calamity has appeared, and when the time comes. Old Fate shook his head and sighed. In the end, he didn't say it clearly. The great emperors couldn't help but want to slap him. He had been thinking about it for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still refused to say it. "I think you're just an old faker." Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Looks like it's about to come out. I wonder how the other old fellows are doing." Mountain King smiled. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and see other places in the god realm. The 9 deity temples have all moved to the northern wilderness. Even the light temple has left. I wonder what big move they're making. Will the demon world invade the northern wilderness? The Empress couldn't help but mutter. The 9 deity temples are one of the protectors of the god realm. If the demon world invades, it won't just sit still. I wonder if the 9 deity temples have reached that level, Mountain King said. "Xiao AI, didn't you say you were going to give the colored glass divine crystal to that little guy?" "I'll deliver it to you," Emperor of Destruction chuckled, his eyes glittering. "Scram, I'll give it to him myself. You 5 old things are unreliable." The Empress glared fiercely at this fellow. Then she kept the ring, snorted softly, and said, "I have a bold idea." The 5 of them looked at the stunning smile on her face and looked at each other. Then they laughed bitterly. This little guy was going to suffer. How would the pitiful Yun Nua planet know that the moment they left, 6 god emperors would be discussing their matters behind them? Chapter 5:28. When everyone returned to the attic that they had been away from for a year, they were all a little absent-minded. A year had passed little by little in the midst of cultivation. It seemed that they had only opened and closed their eyes a few times. It was unbelievably fast. If I can become a god in the future, does it mean that each closed-door cultivation will last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Thinking of the closed-door cultivation of people at that level, Yuan, she couldn't help but sigh. However, he still found it hard to believe that the closed-door cultivation could last for thousands of years. He had never experienced it before, so he couldn't believe it. "I'm not sure if the closed-door cultivation will last for 10,000 years or 100,000 years. I only know that it will be a little troublesome for me to enter the door." Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he smiled bitterly and pushed the door of the attic open with force. Walking into the hall, before Yuan Shi and the others could rush to the sofa, 2 messy footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs, making Yun Nuashing shudder violently. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw a pink figure rushing over and flying into his arms. He was so anxious that he quickly reached out and hugged her. However, he was a little stunned. This size didn't seem to be right. "Xing, you left me and Yishi here for a year. Where did you take everyone to play?" A coquettish voice sounded from his arms. The tone of the voice was a little unfamiliar, and it didn't have that childish feeling. Even Zian and the others were a little stunned when they heard it. Feng could speak clearly. Everyone turned their gazes in unison, and then Yun Nuashing heard a few heavy sounds of chins hitting the floor. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head to take a look. This glance made him dizzy. At this moment, this seductive beauty with a devilish figure threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest, had nothing to do with that lively 13-year-old girl. "Brother Nua, you're back." On the stairs, She smiled slightly when she saw Yun Nuashing and the others return. However, Yun Nuashing saw a trace of resentment in her large eyes, as if she was blaming him for running away without a word. "Next time, tell us when you go out." "Feng," I has been muttering, "the stars are gone for half a year." She walked to Yun Nuashing's side and patted his arm. She couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, I thought I would be back soon. I never thought I would be gone for so long." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He rubbed She's little head and said, I'll bring you along wherever I go in the future. That's more like it. She raised her head, rolled her eyes at him, and snorted softly. Feng, this is? Yun Nuashing patted her little head and smiled. She then looked at the tall beauty who was still hugging her tightly and couldn't help but ask. She muttered for half a year and turned into a cocoon once. After she came out, she became like this. She shrugged. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Feng, or with lingering fear. She thought about the past year. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. She was hugged like a doll and her hair was played with Feng. Yin Nuashing patted the beauty's back and called out softly. The tenderness and doting in his voice caused Zian and the others to have goosebumps. Oh my, I'm not looking anymore. It's so sour, so boring. I'm going to cultivate. Yao Hua and the others shivered and directly walked upstairs. They all rolled their eyes at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes back and lowered his head. His expression was a little strange. Why wasn't Feng saying anything? She fell asleep. She didn't rest or cultivate for a year. Instead, she cried for a year. She shook Feng's long dress, then sighed softly and said, seeing that you're back, she should be relieved. She finally calmed down, like a baby who found her mother. Yun Nuashing blinked and suddenly felt a little guilty. He rubbed Feng's head and sighed softly. He looked back at Zian, nodded, and carried Feng up. The three of them walked back to the room side by side. After settling the two of them, Yun Nuashing wanted to change rooms, but he was stopped by Zian and Yishi. He was speechless. They should at least avoid the taboo. It's not like they didn't have a room to make do with when they were traveling. Brother Nua, let me tell you. Someone may come to make trouble later. Yishi pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and said, Make trouble. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. Yishi and Feng hadn't left the house for a year, and they had also been cultivating for a year. Why would someone come to make trouble? It is said that they are from the demon realm. They are from a big clan, and the people in this clan have the blood of the phoenix. They are a top force in the demon realm. In terms of status, they are similar to the temple. But although they have the blood of the phoenix, it is definitely not as thick as Feng's real phoenix god blood. It is the blood of a pure, godly beast, the same as the blood of a god spirit, Yishi said slowly. When Feng broke out of the cocoon last time, the fluctuating aura might have attracted those guys with fake phoenix blood. They want to take Feng back to the clan, but those people haven't done anything violent, so I can't chase them away directly. She spread her hands. If they didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. If they did, she would have thrown a god-level magic array at them. She didn't care if they were a top force in the demon realm or something else, but they just didn't do anything. They just kept talking and persuading her. They had been talking for 3 months, and she was going crazy. She had chased them away countless times, but they just kept coming. They were so shameless. Did they know that Feng was a phoenix? Yun Nuashing frowned. No. In this world, only the God King can recognize that she is a godly beast. Or maybe some people who have seen godly beasts before can recognize her. The others just think that Feng is a bird with very pure phoenix blood or a descendant. She shook her head. She was no exception. If they hadn't been in the soul together for so long and seen her hatch, they wouldn't have recognized her, either. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He turned his head and looked softly at the sleeping Feng. He looked at her cute and charming face, and he couldn't help but stroke it. Those people will come again later. Brother Nua, what do you plan to do? She asked softly. Yun Nuashing turned his gaze and looked out the window. He just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She understood when she saw the smile. She sat on the bed and stopped talking about this matter. She started to talk about other things with Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing wasn't good at dealing with people. He didn't have a sharp tongue. Most of the time, he just kept silent and intimidated people. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. However, if someone really wanted to negotiate or something, He would have to give it a try even if he wasn't good at it, especially when it was related to Feng. Yi, she only hoped that those people wouldn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing was very peaceful when he was in a peaceful state. Once someone said something that hurt his heart or made him unhappy, he would draw his sword and kill them in the next second. Yun Nuoxing transmitted his voice to everyone. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and organized the things that he had learned in the past year. He didn't go far and sat beside Feng. He felt that if this girl woke up and saw that he wasn't around, she would panic. Not long after, the small hand that was held in the palm of his hand suddenly trembled. Feng Er's pair of beautiful crimson-pink eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light that contained a terrifying pressure shot out from her eyes, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to be shocked. They quickly woke up, and their gazes focused as they saw Feng Er directly jump up from the bed. Xing, those people are here again. Feng Er's brows furrowed slightly as she squeezed Yun Nuoxing's hand tightly. She seemed a little unhappy. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just as he was about to comfort her, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the loft. Miss Yi, do you have time for a chat? The gentle voice made those who heard it feel like spring breeze. Although they didn't see the person, they could guess that this was a very beautiful person just by listening to this beautiful voice. However, when this voice fell into Yishi's ears, it made her so angry that she directly threw the blanket away. This old lady's 800,000 years of self-restraint have all been ruined in these 3 months. Yi, she didn't care about anything else. She was almost hysterically roaring. Yun Nuoxing and Zian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw her frantically rolling on the bed and kicking it. Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, Shuega, it's time to receive guests. Dress up a little more seriously. Yun Nuoxing said in the jade slip shared by the group. Then he straightened his clothes, turned around, and walked downstairs while holding Feng Er's hand. Yi she angrily followed behind, and Zian also straightened his clothes before following them out. As soon as they went downstairs, Yun Nuoxing saw that Yuan Shi and the others were all dressed to the nines. They looked dignified and solemn. Moreover, they were all dressed very formally. Their clothes were covered up and they were folded up. They looked like they were going on a blind date. Yun Nuoxing pulled Feng Er to sit on the main seat and Zian sat on the side. Yi she looked at everyone very disdainfully. Then she indifferently transmitted her voice to the outside. Come in. As soon as she said that, a few figures walked in from the door. The person in the lead was wearing a phoenix robe. She was graceful and elegant, noble and holy. The people behind her all had a very noble aura. However, their heads were slightly raised. It was more like they were arrogant than noble. The person in the lead is a half-demon rank 7th-cycle realm cultivator. The 4 men behind her are around the demon rank 7th-cycle realm cultivator. There are also 2 old men who are God King level cultivators. Fortunately, they didn't use force. Yun Nuoxing slightly sensed and transmitted his voice to everyone. With his 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he could see through anyone's cultivation as long as they weren't at the divine underworld level or above. The woman led the way in. When she saw such a large group of people, and all of them had solemn expressions, she couldn't help but be startled. The men behind her also trembled slightly. Their arrogant auras were completely suppressed. The beautiful woman, Mei Mao, turned slightly. Relying on her bloodline, she immediately found Feng. However, when she saw Feng curled up beside Yun Nuoxing, she frowned slightly. Friends from afar, have a seat. Yun Nuoxing didn't stand up. She just raised her arm and made a gesture of invitation, smiling faintly. The woman and the others frowned slightly. Putting on such a big show, was she trying to show off her power? However, when they sensed that there wasn't a single god here, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there weren't any gods. They didn't stand on ceremony, and directly sat opposite Yao Hua and the others. In the hall, more than 20 people were stuffed. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people feel a little depressed. Let's get straight to the point, Miss Yi. Miss Feng has a more noble phoenix bloodline than our clan. She can receive better training in our clan. She can also receive the inheritance of our ancestors and receive the baptism of the holy altar to improve her bloodline. She will even be treated as a phoenix girl by our clansmen. These are all things that can't be done in the outside world. The inheritance ceremony left behind by our ancestors can only be done in the demon realm. The noble woman said calmly. Her gentle voice was convincing. Yuan Shi and the others nodded every time they heard her words. However, their expressions were still very solemn. Then what's the price? Yun Nuoxing raised her eyebrows. She calmly took a sip of tea and asked calmly. The young men frowned. They wanted to scold her, but the woman stretched out her hand and stopped them. Then they heard her say, "Who is this young master?" "My brother, the decision-maker, and also Feng Er's parents," she said calmly. She said calmly. Yun Nuoxing almost spat out a mouthful of tea. What was this girl talking about? Why did it sound so strange? Young master, since you are the one who raised Miss Feng, you naturally hope that she can receive better treatment. You are all humans. To be honest, if you don't have the means to raise a demon, it will limit her growth. The woman was halfway through her sentence when she saw Yun Nuoxing waving her hand. The price? Yun Nuoxing directly said. The woman frowned slightly and said, "If Miss Feng enters our clan, she will become a part of our clan and will be treated as a phoenix girl. She can even become an elder and make decisions about our clan's affairs. On the other hand, you will completely cut off Feng or his connection with us. You will even brainwash her so that she will forget about us mortals and completely become one of your clansmen." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing immediately spoke again, especially the word mortal, which was especially emphasized. Yun Nuoxing sneered in her heart. How could there be such a good thing in the world? With Feng Er's current strength and bloodline, she would most likely be brainwashed and misled. Her mind was not very mature yet. If she left with them, she might not be able to recognize who he was in the future. That's right. If Miss Feng comes to our Sky Phoenix clan, she will not be able to leave. As for brainwashing, we will not do such despicable means. It is also her business whether she recognizes you or not, the woman said calmly without getting angry. Yun Nuoxing smiled and sipped his tea. Then he said, "Let's put it this way. Although I'm Feng Er's boyfriend, when it comes to making decisions, my family is very democratic. Everything is decided by Feng Er. If she agrees, please treat her well. If she shakes her head..." Yun Nuoxing pointed at the door. "Then, Miss Feng, are you willing to come back to the Sky Phoenix clan with us?" The woman, Mei Mao, turned to Feng Er. A red light flashed in her eyes. Feeling her invasive gaze, Feng Er frowned slightly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing. The latter just smiled and rubbed her head. She said, "Feng Er, follow your heart. No one can force you here. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then stay. I will take care of you." Mei Mao gently flapped her fan. Feng Er directly held Yun Nuoxing's arm. This seemed to be the best answer. Then, distinguished guests of the Sky Phoenix clan, please. Yun Nuoxing smiled silently. There was not much emotion on his handsome face. If Feng Er really went to the Sky Phoenix clan, then something was wrong. Mei Mao's eyes flashed coldly, but she quickly concealed it. She said, calmly, "Leaving Miss Feng by your side is really harming her. You can't even give her anything. The cultivation of the human race and the demon race are completely different." Oh, hearing this, Yun Nuoxing, Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, Shui Go, and the others all laughed disdainfully. Dozens of pairs of eyes glowed as they all looked up. The cultivation of the demon race? Are you sure you're talking to us about resources? Or is there no one to guide her? What about demon kings? What about demon emperors? I can even find a demon emperor to be her teacher. If Feng says she doesn't want to leave today, then no one can take her away. Could it be that you want to kidnap Feng? Huh? Seeing that everyone who had been quiet suddenly became interested and looked at them with ridicule, their soul-stirring eyes made the hearts of the woman and the others tremble slightly. Even the two god kings were no exception. At this moment, everyone finally revealed their extraordinary temperament. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were on good terms with each other. Feng was one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the phoenix. She was an existence comparable to a god. As long as they wanted to, they could go back and ask any elder, and a god emperor would jump out. Oh, by the way, Feng and I have a soul contract. Yun Nuashing knocked on his forehead, and a scarlet-pink flame symbol flickered between his eyebrows. Then, distinguished guests of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, please leave. Don't think about it every day. Everything depends on fate. If you want to be friends, why don't you restrain your temperament one day? It won't be too late to talk about it then. Yun Nuashing waved his hand again, ordering them to leave for the 2nd time. I guess you must be thinking about who these impudent humans are. Go ahead and ask around. If you can't find out anything, then it's our loss. Yuan, she said indifferently. The noble woman clenched her fists tightly. Staring at Yun Nuashing, Mei Mao was a little unhappy. However, just as Yuan, she said, she couldn't act recklessly before finding out the ins and outs of this group of people. She could only sigh and said, now that the god realm is in chaos, we won't be the only ones to come out of the demon realm. There will be others coming to find us. I hope you can protect her well. Of course. Yun Nuashing nodded with a smile. With his evil spirit eye, he could see that this woman didn't have any evil intentions. She was just unhappy because she couldn't bring Feng back. Chapter 5:29. After coming out of the pavilion, the woman didn't stay for long. She directly flew away with her people and transmitted her voice to the people behind her. Go! Investigate the identity of this group of people. Keep a low profile. Maybe they are not to be trifled with. And, of course, but young miss, are we going to let them go just like that? I'm sure that the phoenix bloodline in that woman's body is very pure. She might even be a great demon with a noble phoenix bloodline. The young man behind her frowned and couldn't help but say, what else can we do? Fight with them? Let's not talk about Feng suppressing our bloodline. That group of people, although they are only at the 7th or 8th rank, you didn't see the eyes of the man at the head. You will know when you look into his eyes. The woman sighed and shook her head. If they could fight, they would have done it already. What was the point of negotiating? They could have just captured Feng and brought her back. Moreover, what if they really come from some big faction? Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we will still incur the hatred of the faction behind them. Now that the divine world is in chaos, the divine world is not our main territory. The demon world is far away in the divine land. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Don't cause trouble, the woman's cold voice warned. Understood. The few of them nodded and then returned to a courtyard. Not long after they landed, a few more figures rushed out and flew in all directions. The same scene happened in the pavilion. After those people left, Feng leaned on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and fell asleep. However, they didn't say anything too special. They were natives of the divine world. How could they be suppressed by people from other places? I didn't expect that the demon world would appear one step ahead of time. The demon world is also about to appear. This time, the divine world might really be in big trouble. Yuan, she received some information from the Jade Slip and understood a little bit. The human race, demon race, and monster race. These 3 races are enemies, but there might be a situation where the demon world and demon world join hands to fight against the divine world. The human race only has one race, but the demon race and the demon race have countless races. This time there are really tens of thousands of races. I don't know if it's good or bad that we're caught up in such an era. The entrance to the demon world is in a primitive mountain in the southern plains, not far from the Golden Forest. According to this calculation, could the demon world be in the northern wilderness or the western regions? No matter how you look at it, this is already a direct attack. Yao Hua and the others couldn't help but sigh. Even they, who had always been lazy, felt a sense of urgency. If it's the demon world, they'll show up as a whole. If they show up in the northern wasteland, they'll take over the entire northern wasteland, or half of the northern wasteland, including the northern ice realm, Yishi said softly. Why? Everyone was puzzled. The demon world's last full-scale invasion was at the end of the last era. Roughly 2 billion years ago, there was a small, probing invasion 25 million years ago. If you're from the demon world, then you've been conserving your strength for 2 billion years. Yi, she said indifferently. Then I think they'll go straight to the god world and start killing. Thunder nodded. But in reality, there are ancient scrolls that point to the beginning of this era, which is the 120th era, when the 4 races of the god world were living in peace. Perhaps things will be different. Yi, she waved her wide sleeves. Wait for races? Yun Nuashing was shocked. Weren't there only 3 races? Of course. The 3 races were different from the 10,000 races. The 3 races were just a general name: human, demon, and demon. It could be said that they were the 3 realms of the god world, the demon world, and the demon world. In the latter 2 realms, there were many races that were collectively called 10,000 races. Human, demon, and demon. What's the last one? Yuan, she counted with his fingers. Yi, she put down her teacup and sighed. She looked at Yun Nuashing and said, the god race. Brother Nua, you can actually be considered one of the god race, although your god spirit blood pulse has not fully awakened, Yi, she said softly. Everyone knew he had a god spirit blood pulse, but no one had ever told anyone about it. What shocked Yuan Shi and the others was the fact that there was a god spirit blood pulse. The god race is very unified. Humans with god spirit blood pulse are called god race. Humans and god race are obviously on the same side, but the god race disappeared because of a disaster. They have been gone for 15 eras. Then, if a god spirit's family has god spirit blood pulse, does that mean they are all god race? Yuan, she raised his hand. He was acting like a good student. The super factions today all had god spirits in ancient times, Yishi said. The god spirit blood pulse is very hard to dilute, and it is very overbearing. If a god spirit marries an ordinary human, the child will have the god spirit blood pulse. Over time, the child will be eroded and changed by the god spirit blood pulse. It will become a normal god spirit blood pulse, but it will not be the same as the god spirit. It will change the other half of the human blood pulse into a god spirit blood pulse. It is very hard to dilute a god spirit blood pulse, Yishi said. Even if a god spirit's family marries ordinary humans for generations, even if it is passed down for 10,000 or 10,000 generations, the god spirit blood pulse will still be there forever. Then, Yuan, she wanted to say something. Yi, she sighed. When it reaches a certain limit, the god spirit blood pulse is very hard to change. Ordinary blood pulses will be changed. Ordinary blood pulses will cover up the god spirit blood pulse. This process is done slowly, generation after generation. One day, the god spirit blood pulse is completely covered. Only a weak effect is left. When that happens, the god spirit blood pulse will become a better blood pulse than ordinary blood pulses. There was a way to unlock a god spirit blood pulse, but that method disappeared in the river of time. Yi, she paused. She pointed at everyone there and said, that means you all may have a hidden god spirit blood pulse, but you cannot unlock it. That requires a special method. The only one who is sure to have a god spirit blood pulse and is awakening it is Brother Nua. What happens if it is completely awakened? Yuan Shi asked. I don't know. Perhaps you can reach that level. Yi, she shook her head. She raised her head and looked at the darkening sky. Yun Nuashing stood up with foam in her arms. She looked at everyone and said, "Let's get some rest. We have to go to the secret area tomorrow. If anything happens, we have to wait until we claim the mountain spirit and earth fire." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. After returning to the room, Yun Nuashing put foam on Xian's bed. She sat on the edge of the bed near the balcony. "Are you not going to rest? That is not like you." Xian looked at the back of the tired man. He walked over and sat down next to him. I don't know why, but I feel a lot of pressure." Yun Nuashing nodded. She turned around and looked at Xian. She softly said, "You sleep first. I will meditate tonight. Do you want me to create a dream for you?" Yun Nuashing had already told them about the 1,000 Dreams mantra. "Can you create a dream for that star field?" Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Yes, I have already imprinted it when I was cultivating there." Yun Nuashing nodded. Hearing that, Xian smiled sweetly. Her red lips curled up slightly. She looked both stunning and provocative. Then she lay down next to Feng, hugged her and winked at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing walked over. She smiled and teased, creating a dream in exchange for a beauty smile. "It is worth it." "Cheeky." Xian rolled her eyes. Yun Nuashing leaned over and pressed her forehead against Xian's. The 1,000 Dreams mantra began to operate in her body. The 6-colored wheel between her eyebrows also began to operate. Then, a green energy gushed out and entered Xian's mind. She instantly felt drowsy. "Good night." Rubbing her head, Yun Nuashing said with a gentle smile. Xian's Mei Mao trembled. She nodded and fell asleep. Returning to the balcony, Yun Nuashing gently closed his eyes and sorted out the mess of information in his head. She held her chin and stared at him from the side. Her wine-red eyes were calm and quick-witted. No one knew what was going on in her little head. She's eyes flickered slightly. She stared at the spot between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows. It had become slightly transparent. Through that transparency, she could see a 6-colored wheel rotating. On this wheel, there were many tiny talismans floating there. They were shining brightly under the light of the 6-colored wheel, the product of the previous experiment. Other than other types, there are other variations. As expected of Brother Nua, you are really capable. She smiled. She turned around and walked towards the bed. Yun Nuashing was left alone outside the balcony. The next morning, someone appeared outside the loft. He then sat cross-legged at the door without making a sound. However, he revealed some of his aura so that others could sense it. Yun Nuashing understood and led the group outside. "Young Master Yun, I am under the orders of the Emperor to bring you and your friends to the secret realm. Are you ready?" The person who came was a divine underworld expert. He cupped his hands and said to Yun Nuashing and the others, "We have troubled you. Let's set off now." Yun Nuashing also replied, "No need." The divine underworld expert smiled. With a wave of his hand, he led Yun Nuashing and the others and flew out of the mountain range. The divine underworld expert's speed was very fast. Even if he was carrying a group of soy sauce bottles, it only took 10 minutes to go from the mountain range to the depths of the mountain range. Arriving in front of the barrier, the divine underworld expert used his hand to draw a line on his index finger. A trace of blood appeared. Soon after, he drew a very strange symbol on the barrier. It looked like a word, but it was difficult to recognize. After the symbol appeared, the barrier in front of them squirmed slightly. A moment later, a hole about 10 feet in size appeared in front of them. With the help of this small hole, they could see the situation inside. It was completely different from the outside. There are many native demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the secret realm. You must be careful in this trip. There are no restrictions in the secret realm. You can even kill people without a problem. The only restriction is that you can't enter after surpassing the 9th transformation stage. Of course, you won't be expelled after advancing in there, the divine underworld expert said quickly. Many thanks. Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and nodded to the others. Xiao Foam had already entered his soul and wasn't worried about being blocked outside. Send my regards to Senior Mountain. Yun Nuashing was the last to enter and said to the divine underworld expert, N. The divine underworld expert nodded. With a wave of his hand, the spatial hole slowly closed. Looking from the outside, it was still a quiet forest. However, everyone knew that the inside was already turned upside down. Fourth brother, why are you here too? The divine underworld expert had just closed the door when a voice came from behind, causing him to turn his head. When he saw that the person who spoke was leading a large group of people here, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, The Emperor asked me to send a few little guys here. I miscalculated the time. If I had known, I would have brought them here in one go. The people that the Emperor ordered to be sent here. When the person and the people behind him heard this, they were a little surprised. Among them, a group of people from the Heavenly Phoenix clan was also here. And let's not talk about it. I have to go back and report. I'll leave this place to you. The divine underworld expert waved his hand and flew back to the group of mountains. The person who came later didn't say much. He did the same action and opened the door. Chapter 530. After entering the silver-blue spatial door, the space in front of them seemed to swirl up into a huge whirlpool. Many images flashed and flowed in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. Those were the things that happened in the secret realm. It was extremely chaotic. There were people killing people to steal treasures, and there were people who were killed while cultivating. The mystic realm was very big, and there were many people inside. 3 batches of people would stay in the mystic realm every year. However, if they had special opportunities, they could continue to stay. There were more people coming in and coming in, so there were also many treasure hunting teams left in the mystic realm. The whirlpool in front of them suddenly shook, throwing Yun Nuashing and the others out. Everyone cried out in panic, and then their hands that were holding each other's hands were broken free, and they were forcibly dragged into the center of the whirlpool. Star Waymark. Yun Nuashing only had time to shout when he was about to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Then he was swallowed by the huge blue whirlpool. He was not worried, and everyone knew what those words meant. Plop! A crack suddenly opened in space. Then a black shadow was thrown out of the crack like a piece of trash. It hit a black ancient tree and rolled to the ground. A cold wind blew in the gloomy air, causing Yun Nuashing to shiver violently. His nose twitched, and the disgusting smell of rot and blood rushed into his lungs like a thief. He almost vomited. This is like a rotten corpse that has been exposed to the sun for 180 days, and then some indescribable liquid is poured on it. What the hell is the smell? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, resisting the dizziness and nausea as he stood up. He was thrown out of the spatial vortex, and now he still felt a little muddle-headed. After standing up, Yun Nuashing finally had a clear look at this place. This was a cemetery. The atmosphere was gloomy and cold. The whistling wind was like the cries of the dead. It was sorrowful about their deaths, their unfortunate experiences, and their failures. The gloomy sky set off the darkness of this area. The tombstones, ancient trees, the ground, and the sky were all black and gray. The sunken ground, not far away, had not cracked open. It seemed like a clear river had once flowed there. Now there was only the darkness of death left here. No one listened to the sorrowful cries of the dead. Resentment surged. Scram! A cold shout rang out in the distance. Soon after, a majestic demonic chi rushed out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans. It seemed that someone had been sent flying by the demonic chi. Yun Nuashing turned around and walked around the side of the small hill. Soon after, she saw many human figures surrounding a huge tombstone. A human figure stood at the front of the tombstone. He was wearing a black cloak. He was not very tall, but he was extremely tall. Waves of dense demonic chi lingered around him, causing the dark and cold atmosphere to become even colder. "Sir, aren't you being too overbearing? We all found this place together, yet you want to take it all for yourself?" A young man crawled up from the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have been slightly injured. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Your value has already been used up. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. The black figure abruptly turned around and stared at the person on the ground with his black eyes that were filled with a dense, demonic aura. A murderous aura emanated from him. "You. Forget it, let's go. There's still many places in this secret realm. It's not worth it to lose your life here." The young man jumped up and wanted to resist, but he was pulled back by his companions. They hurriedly advised him. This black-clothed, black-faced, black-eyed fellow was obviously not a good person. It was already good enough that he was able to survive. "Let's go!" The man directly pulled the young man and soared into the sky. The people behind him followed unwillingly. One of the people at the back glared fiercely at the black-clothed man. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. "You dare to have murderous intent towards me!" The black-clothed man coldly glanced at him. A majestic demonic chi, once again, soared into the sky. He suddenly punched out with his right hand. A black fist mark that was about 10 feet long soared into the sky with a gloomy demonic chi and violently charged towards the man behind him. The black fist mark appeared in front of the man in a flash. It was so fast that no one could react. The man fiercely gritted his teeth. A low roar came from his throat. Both of his fists suddenly shot out. Faint demonic chi formed palm prints that continuously slammed against the fist mark. Chi. The fist mark directly shattered the palm prints that filled the sky and solidly landed on the man's chest. The man violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and was caught by one of his companions. He stretched out his hand to check the man's pulse. His expression was somewhat gloomy. "We will remember this punch. Our skills are not as good as yours. Goodbye," the person who caught the young man at the beginning said in a low voice. He led his men and flew into the distance, without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the demonic chi would explode and hurt them again. So domineering. Watching the group of people gradually disappear, Yun Nuashing withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the black-clothed man. He secretly muttered in his heart. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. He was not in a hurry to leave this place. He leaned against the ancient tree behind him and looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man with demonic chi came to the huge tombstone behind the small hill with his hands behind his back. He seriously studied it and did not continue to speak. The two of them were at peace. One looked at the person, the other looked at the tombstone. "Have you seen enough?" An ice-cold voice rang out. It was the black-clothed man. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yun Nuashing from the corner of his eyes. "You look at yours. I will stand mine." Yun Nuashing did not even glance at him. He stood where he was. However, he also shifted his gaze away. His spiritual strength merged into the void and explored this place. "I should have said earlier that if you don't leave, I will not be polite." The black-clothed man narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned his ice-cold gaze and finally looked at Yun Nuashing. Demonic chi surged from his body. Unfamiliar human language. The density of demonic chi far surpasses that of a beginner demonic chi cultivator. "You." Yun Nuashing turned his gaze in surprise. A smile flashed through his silver-purple eyes. He said, "Could it be that you are from the demonic chi?" Boom! In response to Yun Nuashing's question, the black-clothed man suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot towards Yun Nuashing like a black arrow. A huge palm rapidly condensed on his right hand and slammed towards him. Yun Nuashing's eyes were smiling. He did not panic and continued to lean against the ancient black tree. A silver-blue light quietly condensed into a barrier in front of him. Bang! The palm violently slammed against the barrier, sending layers of the surrounding floor flying. The withered ancient black tree was also snapped. A huge palm print directly appeared on the ground. However, Yun Nuashing was still leaning against half of the ancient tree at the center of the palm. She looked at the demonic Qi cultivator with a smile. The demonic Qi cultivator frowned slightly when he saw that Yun Nuashing was unharmed. He suddenly took a step back and retreated. The violent wind blew his cloak up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. However, half of his face was covered in black lines. His left eye emitted a cold black light. There was not a single trace of white or eyeball. There was only a black light. Demonic Tyrant Fist. The demonic Qi cultivator's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Waves of demonic Qi condensed on his hands. A moment later, a huge black fist condensed on his right hand. He glanced at his right hand that had condensed into a deathly black color. With a thought, his body was pushed into the sky by a surge of demonic Qi. After that, the fist violently smashed down. The black fist carried a domineering force. Wherever it passed, even the air was pushed away. A vacuum tunnel was formed in front of the fist. The black fist continued to expand in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and landed on Yun Nuashing's head. The violent wind caused his windbreaker to flap loudly. The ground beside him even trembled. However, he continued to smile. Boom! With a muffled sound, a fist print that was hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. The ground caved in by a few meters. Cracks that were as thick as a thumb extended outwards. However, at the middle finger of the fist print, there was a half-broken ancient black tree and a shadow leaning against it. There was no change at all. Even the ground around it did not cave in. The demonic Qi cultivator's expression froze. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared fixedly at Yun Nuashing below. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he only felt powerless. Yun Nuashing had maintained the same posture from the beginning to the end. She had a smile on her face. He could not hit her even if he wanted to. He only felt that his lungs were about to explode from anger. Are you done? Yun Nuashing straightened her body and stretched. She looked at the demonic Qi cultivator in the sky and smiled. It's my turn after you're done. The demonic Qi cultivator sensed danger the moment he finished speaking. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a large hand suddenly patting him on the shoulder. The power contained in the palm caused a drop of cold sweat to roll down the black half of his face. All right, you've lost. I've just entered the secret realm and need a tour guide. It just so happens that you're a demonic Qi cultivator. It'll be more troublesome for you to find a human. Yun Nuashing laughed softly. The demonic Qi cultivator looked at the handsome youth in shock. He looked down in disbelief. The ancient black tree was still there, but there was no one there. However, Yun Nuashing had appeared behind him. He could be killed in an instant. Come. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Yun Nuashing pulled the demonic Qi cultivator to the ground, then pressed him down to sit cross-legged. She smiled and said, let's start with the basics. Your name, interests, hobbies, what race you're from, why are you here? Tell me everything. I have patience, so I don't mind a long explanation. The demonic Qi cultivator's body stiffened. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who was smiling warmly in front of him. As a member of the demonic Qi cultivator, he was born as a demonic Qi cultivator. He had spent 50 years strengthening his body, casting his demonic Qi, and refining his demonic Qi. Although he wasn't a core member of a powerful race, he was still a powerful cultivator. He had just left the demon world and traveled the divine world for 5 years. Yet he was defeated by this extremely young youth, Damn it, you won't kill me if I don't tell you. Thinking of this, the demonic chi cultivator shuddered and opened his mouth to speak. Wait a moment. Before the male from the devil clan could reveal everything, Yun Nuashing raised his hand and stopped him, causing black lines to appear on his face. Before he could close his mouth, he saw an extremely thick pillar of starlight suddenly erupt from the body of the young man in front of him. It shot straight into the sky, tearing apart the black sky. It could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. The extremely dense energy caused the male from the devil clan to be dumbstruck, and fear involuntarily rose in his heart. The power of the stars shot into the sky and condensed into a huge star beacon. After 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing stopped and waved her hand. She smiled and said, "Please begin your speech." The demonic chi cultivator's heart was in chaos. Chapter 531. The gigantic pillar of starlight shot up into the sky, allowing countless people within a radius of 10,000 miles to see it clearly. Xian and the others were no exception. Although everyone was alone, they all rushed towards the gigantic pillar of starlight. No matter what, they had to gather together first. Let's go and take a look. Maybe some great treasure has appeared. It might be a high-grade magic weapon. Maybe it's a semi-divine tool. Along the way, Xian heard the most talk about how everyone believed that there was some kind of treasure unearthed there. It seemed that many people were flying in that direction, which made her feel a little helpless. It seemed that there would be some trouble to meet up with them. On Yun Nuashing's side, after catching the demon man, she began to interrogate him. She wanted to get some information, not only about the divine flame, but also about the demon race. She didn't know anything about this race. The race I'm from is a very ordinary race, the Sky Demon race. The territory that we rule is only 100,000 miles. The demon man's eyes flickered as he stammered. When you want to hide something, at least do a good job on the surface. By the way, I can see through your heart. I can tell if you're lying or not. If I find out that you're lying... Yun Nuashing twirled a silver needle in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with a smile that wasn't a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly threw the silver needle back. The small needle directly pierced the gigantic tombstone. The two were completely disproportionate in size, but the tombstone and the small hill suddenly shattered. You probably don't want to see this. Yun Nuashing smiled brightly, but her forehead was a little dark. The demon man was so scared that his snot was about to flow out. He hurriedly nodded and almost swore to prove that he wouldn't hide anything. How big is the demon world? What's the distribution of forces inside? How strong are they? How many races are there? Are there any upper-class demons, nobles, or royalty? Why are you here? Yun Nuashing asked in one breath. I don't know how big the demon world is, but according to the information left behind by some seniors, the demon world might be bigger than the god realm. But in the past, the demon race only had a piece of black land, but after years of civil war and invasion of the god realm, the entire demon world was torn apart. Now it's all floating islands. Plus, it's constantly developing, so it might be bigger than the god realm. But that's for the entire demon world. If it's separated, there's no place that's bigger than the god realm. And in the demon world, a transcendent force or race would rule over a part of the demon world. The biggest part of the demon world is the demon world, and its territory is as wide as 1 trillion li. Moreover, these areas aren't grouped together, but are all floating islands of various sizes. In the demon world, the strong are respected. Whoever you want to take over, you just have to defeat or kill them to replace them. Therefore, the whole demon world has a martial spirit, and wars happen frequently. In terms of races, there are a few demon god clans that have given birth to gods and many high-level demon clans. Among the demon god clans, the most famous ones are known by the whole demon world. The six-winged divine demon clan, the soul demon clan, the blood demon clan, the firmament demon clan, and the eternal demon god clan. Our sky demon clan is just a subsidiary of the firmament demon clan. There are also some demon god clans that keep a low profile. I'm in a remote corner of the demon world, so I don't know much about them. As for why we're here, the god realm is the place where all the gods became gods. Not to mention the demon race and the human race, even the demon race and people from other star fields yearn for it. It's a sacred place. When the male demon said this, he straightened his back a little. Becoming a god was the greatest wish of all living beings in the god realm. Is there no demon king or demon god that everyone respects? Yun Nuashing asked. No. This is also the reason why the demon race is so chaotic. Moreover, this time's invasion, there are some demon clans that don't agree with starting a war. They think that all the races should live together as equals. However, more of them want to invade and kill the human race. This is also due to the accumulated hatred from history, the male demon said in a low voice. Who don't agree with starting a war? Who are the ones that want to be beaten? Yun Nuashing asked bluntly. The male demon almost spat out a mouthful of water. His face kept twitching. This guy was really fierce. So his classification of the demon race was only those that didn't want to start a war, and those that wanted to be beaten. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll know when the demon monarchs arrive. Do you have any information about the six-winged demon race? For example, what they cultivate, and do they have any secret techniques? Yun Nuashing asked again. The term six-winged demon race was a secret technique that was commonly used by the demon race. However, it had been lost for a long time. Only God knew when he would habitually use it one day. Would the demon race bring him back to the clan and torture him? The six-winged divine demon race is a member of a six-winged demon god. I'm not sure about the specifics of their cultivation. The heavenly demon race is in the heavenly south, while the heavenly demon race is in the earthly north. They are completely unrelated to each other. Only their reputation has spread here. The male demon shook his head. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose and snorted softly. This caused the demon to tremble all over and break out in cold sweat. After asking a few more questions and confirming that this guy had nothing to hide, Yun Nuashing could only sigh softly. He had barely figured out what kind of place the demon world was. Wasn't it just a place where a group of drunken hooligans occupied a territory in the middle of the night? Hearing this, the male demon finally couldn't help but cough. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably. How many demon monarchs in the demon race could stir up a storm with a wave of their hands? In the end, they were dismissed by the description of a drunken hooligan. Chi! The sound of wind breaking came from afar. The two of them raised their heads and turned towards the source of the sound. Then they saw a dense mass of black dots appearing from the distant horizon and flying towards their direction. The only thing that isn't lacking in this world is people who just want to join in the fun. Seeing the dense crowd, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He released the star waymark only to gather Xian and the others. He didn't expect that he would also call over some extra people. Those people must have thought that some treasure had appeared, right? How long have you been in the secret realm? Do you know where there are fewer people? Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at the male demon. It's been 4 months. If you want to talk about places with fewer people, besides the nearest place where the group of great demons reside, there are a few places that are further away. The male demon thought for a while and said, The place where the great demons reside. Okay, take me there now. Yun Nuashing nodded. A jade slip appeared in his hand and he sent a message. Then he grabbed the male beside him and rushed into the distance, leaving a faint golden light in the sky. In the distant sky, Xian suddenly took out the jade slip. After receiving the message, Mei Mao flickered slightly. She looked at the faint golden mark in the sky and sighed. Her delicate body shook slightly, and her speed increased a little. When the people who came here saw a gloomy graveyard with more than a dozen corpses lying there, their expressions changed slightly. The star waymark had disappeared long ago, and even the golden mark had disappeared when the crowd arrived. For a moment, the crowd was leaderless. Unwilling to give up, the crowd landed on the graveyard and dug 3 feet into the ground, turning the entire graveyard upside down. In the sky hundreds of miles away, a golden light suddenly flickered and appeared. Then the golden light receded, and 2 figures emerged from it and landed on the mountain peak below. Not long after the 2 people landed, the sound of rushing wind could be heard in the distance. It was Zien and the others. When they saw that there was an additional person beside Yun Nuashing, they couldn't help but be surprised. They had only separated for a short while, but they had made friends so quickly. Can I go now? Seeing the group of people coming over, especially when he felt that each of their auras was much stronger than his, the male demon's face immediately turned pale. He only wanted to escape immediately. Where can I find a guide if I leave? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. You still want to imprison me? The male demon's expression changed greatly. Don't make it sound so bad. It's not too late to walk 2 rounds before leaving. Yun Nuashing fiercely slapped him, causing him to see stars. He felt extremely sullen in his heart, and could only curse himself for being unlucky to have met this ancestor. This is a member of the demon clan. Seeing Zien and the others land, Yun Nuashing pointed at him and laughed. Hearing this, Yuan Shi and the others' eyes lit up. They looked as if they wanted to dissect him. The male demon was a little dizzy. He was a dignified and noble member of the demon clan, but he was actually being looked at as if he was an object. After telling everyone about the news that they had just received, Yao Hua asked the male demon to tell them about the situation in the secret realm. After that, Yao Hua and the others directly pressed him to the ground and searched his body. They found a bunch of inexplicable magic weapons and scrolls, but they threw them aside without even looking at them. Demon King's cave? Netherworld King expert? Where are you talking about? Yun Nuashing squatted down and looked at the humiliated male demon. She couldn't help but ask while he was being searched. It's here, damn. Men shouldn't touch each other. Don't touch me. The male demon was angry and resentful after being searched, but his demon aura was sealed and he couldn't flare up. He could only finish his sentence in humiliation. It's in the great demon mountain forest. There's a restriction. Don't tell me you want to trick us into the mountain and let the beasts tear us apart? Yun Nuashing said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. That's not true. The male demon's eyes flickered and he gritted his teeth. It's under that mountain. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. After saying that, he pointed at a place with his chin. There was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, and the peak couldn't be seen. Under the devilish torture of Yuan Shi and the others, the demon race man finished his business. Seeing this, Yao Hua took out a sturdy iron chain and tied him up like a dumpling. Then he placed a few layers of seals on him before clapping his hands. Won't you suffocate him by tying him up like this? Do you want to leave a gap for him to breathe? Yun Nuashing looked at the mummy with pity and couldn't help but ask. No need, no need. The seal can be undone in 10 hours. After the seal is undone, there's still a demon's sealing chain. There are many of these metal chains. They're specially used to bind the people of the demon race. As long as it's suppressed, it can even bind a divine underworld expert. When the time comes, I'll get 1,000 chains for you. Yao Hua grinned. Yun Nuashing observed a moment of silence for the male demon and said, I wish you good luck. We'll be leaving first. The male demon was tied up and couldn't even speak. He wriggled on the ground like a worm. At this moment, he really felt like crying. 10 hours and the addition of the demon's sealing chain. This mountain range was filled with demonic beasts and demonic beasts. He was afraid that he would be swallowed into their stomachs along with the chains. Not long after, Yun Nuashing and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain peak dozens of miles away. Not far from here, there was a lake filled with red liquid. Multicolored light submerged the entire forest. Thin smoke lingered in the air. It was like a paradise. However, in that beautiful place, there were piles of corpses. There wasn't a trace of blood. All of them died silently, causing this sacred place to be filled with an evil feeling. That place is empty. It's just for decoration. Yun Nuashing used her evil spirit eye to see the colorful lake clearly and said, "There's poisonous gas. In any case, it's not a good place." At the foot of the mountain peak, there was a cave entrance. There was a mysterious light flowing through it. Under the ground, a huge dragon vein ran across it. Dragon chi gushed out and submerged this place. It was as if a layer of gauze was draped over it. Walking into it was like walking on clouds. Chapter 532. The cave was surrounded by a few huge rocks, as if it had been dug out by someone. The terrain 10 meters around the cave did not match the terrain 10 meters away. There were even cracks on the ground that were covered, as if they had been forcefully inlaid here by someone. It's so quiet, no one has been here. Yun Nuashing sensed the surrounding situation. Other than the large number of corpses in front of the lake, there were no signs of life, nor were there any footprints. It seemed that this place had just appeared not too long ago. Shall we go in and take a look? Yuan, she raised his eyebrows, pointed at the cave and said. Yun Nuashing nodded, waved his hand, and walked towards the cave. The cave was not very large. It was only 20 feet tall and was able to allow 3 people to walk side by side. Although there was a faint fog lingering around it, this place was unusually dry. The steaming dragon aura pounced on their bodies, causing everyone to feel extremely comfortable. The blood in their bodies began to flow swiftly as they greedily absorbed the essence. After walking a few dozen meters into the cave, an ancient stone door abruptly appeared in front of them, blocking the entrance to the cave. There were many runes engraved on the stone door, as well as some imprints that formed a hole. Every once in a while, they could see a dim light flickering on the stone door. This door. Seeing the door, Yi Shi's eyebrows lightly knitted together, and a reminiscing expression appeared on her face, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Yun Nuashing reached out his hand to gently touch the ancient stone door, wiping away the layers of dust on the surface, revealing the runes even more clearly. There were also some ancient words on it, but he could not understand them. Opening his evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing saw the runes and imprints light up in his eyes. After observing for a while, he understood what to do. A large array appeared in his hand, and he imprinted it into the stone door. Ka! It was as if a mechanism had been activated. After the formation entered the stone door, the runes and markings on the stone door lit up. A moment later, a heavy sound came from the stone door, shaking off a cloud of sand and dust from the ceiling. Then the sand and dust slowly shrank into the stone walls on both sides. The evil spirit eye is a cheat. Even if you don't understand it, you can solve it. Seeing this, Yi Shi couldn't help but sigh, her tone filled with envy. However, Yun Nuashing still hadn't finished cultivating, and a portion of the evil spirit eye's cultivation content was still locked in his mind, so he hadn't passed it on to her. Wait here for a moment, I'll go in and take a look. Her evil spirit eye saw that there were many glowing things inside. They were all arrays, charms, or runic markings. Yun Nuashing planned to go in and take a look. Be careful. Come back if you can't handle it, Xian said softly. Mei Mao stared at him. Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded. With a flash, she charged into the cave behind the stone door. With every step she took, a formation slowly expanded and enveloped the entire tunnel. It removed some of the things hidden in the walls and illuminated the cave. He should be fine, right? Everyone looked at the tunnel covered in formations and couldn't help but wipe their sweat. A formation with every step. Just how high was his attainment in formations? Looks like Big Brother Nua's year of cultivation has already brought his attainments in formations to an extremely high level. Now he should be able to weave deity level formations more easily. Yi, she said softly in her heart. Seeing Yun Nuashing's attainments in formations getting higher and higher, she was naturally very happy. Within the tunnel, there were bursts of immortal light. Dense dragon chi rose from the ground and flooded the entire tunnel. It was as if they were walking in clouds. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a white flight of stairs. Below the stairs was a spacious area that looked like a stone platform. There were 5 flights of stairs in several directions around the stone platform. Including the one that Yun Nuashing was currently on, there were 6. At the top of the stairs, there was still a cave entrance. However, at the bottom of the stairs, there was a circle of darkness. A circle had been hollowed out to isolate the stone platform. Even with her evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing couldn't see how deep it was. The footsteps covered in formations landed on the white jade stairs. Formation after formation spread out, sticking to the stairs and spreading to the stone walls below. When the footsteps landed in the center of the stone platform, Yun Nuashing sent a transmission for everyone to come in. Then, she began to examine this strange place. The back of the stairs was made of white jade. The other 5 stairs were made of 5 different colors. From left to right, they were red, purple, black, green, and yellow. The platform was quiet, and the 5 stone steps that were emitting a faint light were also emitting a faint light quietly. It was so quiet that Yun Nuashing could hear his own heartbeat. It was not until a gust of wind came from behind, and Ziyan and the others walked over that the silence here was broken. "The door is closed," Ziyan hurriedly said as soon as he came in. "Closed? It's fine. We can open it after we go out." Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. However, she didn't mind. She could just open it after closing it. 5 colors, where do you want to go? Yun Nuashing pointed at the 5 stairs, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Black is your representative color. Let's go to the black one first." Yuanqi smiled. It didn't matter. It was the same no matter where they went. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Actually, compared to the black one, she wanted to go to the purple one first. However, she didn't say anything. It was just a matter of order. Looking at the black stairs, Yun Nuashing took a step forward. As usual, she created a formation with every step. Her spiritual force and mental strength were very boundless. She didn't have the slightest worry that she would run out. Everyone was speechless when they saw that she seemed to have inexhaustible energy. However, they had no choice but to follow her. The flowing mist and draconic aura disappeared after entering the black passage. However, this place was much brighter. Yun Nuashing used the light element to bring everyone into the depths of the cave. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The space and their line of sight suddenly widened by dozens of times. Outside the cave, they were connected to a vast underground cave. It was at least 300 meters tall. The most shocking thing was that at the end of their line of sight, there was a huge altar. Is this the place where a ceremony is being held? Yun Nuashing and the others were a little shocked. The altar was very big. They could see it from far away. It was as big as a small mountain. There was a path under their feet that led straight to the altar. Many things were placed on both sides of the path. They saw a field full of unknown plants. The color of the field was suffused with a black light. As for the plants, they were emitting a black light. They were very rich in vitality. These medicinal ingredients have grown for who knows how many years. And this place, no wonder the draconic aura couldn't come up. It turned out that they were all gathered in this field. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but gasp. She took small steps and ran towards the medicinal field. She approached the black plant and extended her small hand. She touched it lightly. She instantly understood. This medicinal ingredient has a history of 1,000,000 years. PFFF. Yun Nuashing and the others spat out a mouthful of water. A medicinal ingredient with a history of 1,000,000 years. Just one stalk could help refine a saint or even a peerless pill. Even if it wasn't refined, it could extend one's lifespan by hundreds of thousands of years. That's not right. This medicinal ingredient should have already been extinct. She frowned. I have a prescription that needs this medicinal ingredient. If it's refined, it will definitely be a saint pill. However, the core medicinal ingredient of this pill, the demonic dragon vine, has already been extinct since ancient times. How can there be a demonic dragon vine that has grown for 1,000,000 years here? Yi Shi frowned. Her small face was full of doubt. Who cares? Let's put it away first. If we sell this ancient medicinal ingredient, we can buy a city. Yuan Shi's eyes lit up. It was a medicinal ingredient that had grown for 1,000,000 years, and it was also extinct. Its value was beyond precious. Don't. We can't use it now. If we keep it for nourishment, it can still grow. Who knows? It might even grow into a divine medicine. It won't be too late to harvest it when it can be put to use in the future. She hurriedly waved her small hand. Then, should we move the entire field away? Yuan Shi asked. She gritted her teeth. She shook her head and said, although my spiritual world has become an evolved world, it hasn't been forged into a real world by me. Foreign plants won't take root and grow in it. Is there anything? She seemed to be a little anxious. However, she saw Yun Nuashing waving at her. She couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly ran back. She raised her head and asked doubtfully, Brother Nua? Yun Nuashing smiled. With a flip of her right hand, a small emerald mountain wrapped in a red crystal appeared on her palm. This was the Godhead weapon core of the Azure Flame Meteor. It contained a world inside. It could even merge with other regions. Last time, she used this to take away 2 regions in the Tana's Water God Temple. This, Yi Shi, who used to be an underworld emperor, was even more sensitive to this thing. She could feel the enormous power contained in this thing. It was so powerful that it made her divine soul tremble. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. A world suddenly appeared in front of everyone. However, this world was only 100 zhang wide halo. As soon as this world appeared, it was smashed downwards by Yun Nuashing. It smashed into the 100-meter long and wide medicinal field. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just when they thought they would see the medicinal field being smashed, they saw the halo wrap around the medicinal field. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire medicinal field was uprooted, along with a large piece of land, and taken back into the red crystal. Could this be a realm power stone? Qi Nian and the others saw this for the first time. They couldn't help but ask in astonishment, What's that? Yun Nuashing turned around and asked doubtfully. This was a Godhead weapon core, but he obviously hadn't heard of a realm power stone. A realm power stone contains a chaotic space that hasn't been opened yet. With a thought, the realm power will spread out. It can take an entire region into the crystal. Qi Nian explained softly. However, the success rate of an alchemist refining a realm power stone is extremely low. As a result, realm power stones are extremely expensive on the market. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he opened his mouth slightly and laughed bitterly. Then he shook his head and said, I don't know either. I found it by accident one day. But according to what you said, it should be. After putting away the medicinal field, Yun Nuashing directly turned her gaze towards the altar. The altar was divided into 4 levels. A flight of stairs led from the center to the very top of the altar. At the top of the altar, there were 2 stone pillars that stood upright. The stone pillars were engraved with strange birds and beasts, like 2 totems. An altar, a black altar. Why would an altar be placed here in this dark dwelling? Yun Nuashing could not help but mutter inside. She felt more or less frightened. However, she was still thinking about something else. The black stairs led to a black altar. Could there be several other altars in other places? Chapter 533. The 100-meter-tall black altar was as tall as the cave. It was tightly pressed against a mountain wall, and 2 long pillars were even inserted into the rocks at the top. At first glance, it was just a black stone, and it was impossible to tell that it had 4 levels. Unlike the other altars that were solemn and dignified, This black altar only gave Yin Nuashing and the others a gloomy feeling. Over a dozen pairs of footsteps staggered up and down the stairs, and a series of slow and heavy footsteps sounded. Yi Shi, who had just stepped onto the altar, felt her heart inexplicably thump. Her little hand reflexively grabbed onto Yin Nuashing's windbreaker, causing his footsteps to stop. Everyone else also stopped and followed his line of sight to look at the former. They saw Yi Shi using her sleeve to grab onto Yin Nuashing, and their gazes were somewhat puzzled as they looked at the dark altar. "It's nothing. Let's go." Seeing that everyone was looking over, Yi Shi shook her head. After speaking, she walked around Yin Nuashing and walked in front. Everyone was also a little confused, but they didn't ask much and directly followed her. After walking halfway, there was a staircase that was as high as their knees. Everyone could only step up. Yi Shi jumped into Yin Nuashing's arms. Facing the indescribably tall staircase, with her height, she still had to climb it. There was nothing at the top of the altar except for 2 slender pillars and a circular platform. Other than that, there was nothing else. Turning around and looking down from the altar, one could overlook the entire cave. Other than the dugout medicinal field, there was nothing else worth seeing here. "Little star!" Ziyin called out softly. Yin softly called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw her pointing at a place with her slender finger. That was the direction of the pillar on the left side of the altar. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. At first glance, there was nothing, but Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Her expression stiffened. There was a person sitting cross-legged under the pillar. There was no aura at all. That person was also dressed in black and blended in with the altar. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Their skin is all black. Could they be from the demon race? Yuan, she was astonished. This was a person who had already passed away many years ago. His skin and face were all black, and he looked like a powerful god of the devil race. He had died many years ago, but his body was still intact. The insight of the evil spirit eye made Yin Nuashing's hair stand on end. Looking at the skeleton, she was even more certain that this cave had existed for at least 10 million years. The skeleton that was a mixture of black jade and gold indicated that this person was at least a god-emperor expert. Adding the layout of this cave, if there were no accidents, this person should be the owner of this cave. However, would a god-emperor expert pass away in a place like this? An emperor-god expert, if there were no accidents, could live for at least 1 trillion years. What's more, those with strong life source could extend their lifespan greatly. It wouldn't be difficult for them to live for 1 or 2 eras. There's a god-emperor expert who passed away here. He must have existed for many years. Hearing Yin Nuashing's words, Yuan, she couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this be a god-emperor cave? However, why was there only 1 herb field? Could it be that the other things were left in the other 4 places? Boom! A soft rumble came from within the cave. The altar beneath their feet shook slightly, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. More than 10 pairs of eyes wandered around. Finally, all of them were fixed on the 2 giant pillars. The 2 stone pillars that had been silent for an unknown number of years lit up at this moment. Rays of light spiraled up from the bottom of the stone pillars, flowing through the images of birds and beasts and rune markings. Finally, they connected directly to the top. The 2 stone pillars lit up completely. Then, rays of light shot out from the 2 stone pillars and entangled with each other. In the center of the altar, a huge circle was formed. It was a picture. The picture was divided into 5 areas. In each area, there was an altar. The 5 altars were the same color as the 5 stairs that Yin Nuashing and the others had seen: red, purple, black, green, and yellow. After the 5 altars appeared, 5 different colors of energy gathered from afar. They gathered in the center of the altars like a whirlpool. Then the 5 altars seemed to come alive. They lit up with brilliant light. A crystal appeared in the center of the top of each altar. The scene changed to a spacious area. Each of the 5 types of crystals emitted a beam of light. Finally, the light gathered in the middle of the 5 altars. After that, a boundless palace floated in the sky. It was majestic and solemn, like the palace of an ancient god. It had the aura of divine authority that the 5 of them could shake. God Spirit Palace or God Emperor Palace? Everyone's eyes froze. They stared at the illusory palace in the picture. Even though it wasn't real, it still gave them a terrifying pressure. Just the illusory palace alone seemed to be able to pierce through space. The power of death. As everyone stared at the picture, a low voice suddenly rumbled in the sky above the altar. Then, everyone's expression changed. Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi looked at each other. The power of death? However, before they could recover from their shock, Yi Shi's expression changed abruptly. An enormous suction force had descended upon her, and the extraordinary pressure caused her to be unable to resist at all. She felt like her soul was about to be sucked out by this terrifying suction force. Little Shi! Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically. Seeing the pain on Yi Shi's face, the netherworld ruins sword appeared in her hand in an instant. Swoosh! However, before Yun Nuashing could do anything, the suction force suddenly increased several times. It pulled out a huge amount of black energy from Yi Shi's body. It turned into a black whirlwind and finally merged with the circular platform on the altar. Yun Nuashing was shocked. After the black energy was pulled out of Yi Shi's body, the latter's pretty face turned pale. Her small body collapsed weakly. The light element brought him to her side in a flash. He picked her up and placed his palm on Yi Shi's chest. After sensing it slightly, his expression changed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Yuan Shi and the others' expressions changed slightly. From the sound to Yi Shi's collapse, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. They didn't even have time to react. Little Shi, how are you? Xian hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Yi Shi's wrist. A strange expression flashed across her pretty face as she examined her. She's fine. It's just that her energy of death has been sucked dry. Everything else is fine. Her mind suffered a little from the forceful extraction of her energy of death, but it's nothing serious. She just fainted. Yun Nuashing shook his head gently. His pale face slowly recovered, but there was a hint of self-blame in his eyes. Little Shi was just 5 meters away from him. But something like this had happened. Boom! In the sky outside, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying sound of thunder. It was as if millions of lightning dragons were roaring in the clouds. It shook the entire cave, and the ground began to shake. Gravel kept falling from the top of the mountain. Yun Nuashing was startled. He turned around and looked at the altar. There, a black crystal was slowly condensing. It was condensed from Yi Shi's death energy. Thinking back to the scene he had just seen, he instantly understood what was going on. Go, let's get out of here first. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuashing carried Yi Shi. With a roar, she flew down the tunnel they came from. Behind her, everyone screamed and hurriedly followed. When they rushed out of the tunnel and arrived at the platform, Yun Nuashing saw that the other 4 stairs had disappeared. However, she couldn't care less about that at this time. The cave was shaking more and more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Huge rocks kept falling from the sky, so she could only rush out. She used the most violent method to send the huge door in front of her flying with her sword. She led everyone out of the cave. Before she could stand firm, she saw the gloomy, thunderous sky in the sky. Under the huge dark clouds, a chain of palaces suddenly appeared. They were like lofty divine palaces. They were vast, majestic, solemn, sacred, and inviolable. The palaces seemed to suppress the 9 heavens and the galaxy, causing the space to show signs of exploding. There was also an aura of supremacy descending from the sky. Under this aura, Yun Nuashing and the others felt a little scared. It's that palace, that divine palace. 5 altars. Could it be that the other 4 altars have been activated? Yun Nuashing looked at the palaces in the sky and couldn't help but murmur, "This isn't the place we entered. I'm afraid that when we entered the door, or when we stepped on the black stairs, we were already transported to the corresponding location of the black altar." Zi and Mei Mao looked around, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said. Yun Nuashing hurriedly glanced around when he heard this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, they were standing at the entrance of a cave, and an enormous black altar stood towering on the mountain range behind them. At the top of the altar was a dazzling black crystal, and it was a crystal condensed from all of Yi Shi's death energy. Buzz! Not long after Yun Nuashing and the others came out, the huge black crystal suddenly shot out a thick black light beam, shooting towards the bottom of the palace. And at the same time as this beam of light shot out, Yun Nuashing, with the help of the evil spirit eye, saw 4 other beams of light shooting out from several other places. They streaked across the distant space, and under everyone's nervous gazes, they gathered together. Then they shot straight into the palace in the sky. As the 5 light pillars entered, the huge projection of the palace gradually solidified under the watchful eyes of everyone in the secret realm. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure also became extremely strong. After a few minutes, under the intense gazes of everyone, the palace in the sky was no longer illusory. It stood in the sky, and 5-colored light flowed on the golden palace walls. A vast pressure spread throughout the secret realm like an explosive energy wave, causing everyone to bow slightly. Those who were still flying in the sky were violently slapped down from the sky by this pressure, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang, bang, bang! A terrifying force descended from the sky, causing the surrounding terrain to sink a few meters. The space rippled like water, and cracks as thick as thighs appeared. Those who were weaker were forced to their knees by the pressure, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Buzz! The whirlpool zither rushed out of the heart due to the pressure, and a circle of silver-blue light quickly spread out, enveloping the group of people from Yun Nua planet. The pressure that was like a huge mountain pressing down on them also disappeared, but it pressed down on the barrier of the whirlpool zither, causing the ground at the edge of the barrier to sink. Divine pressure! Yun Nuashing had already experienced this kind of pressure before. Only a pressure of the same level, a pressure of that level, could make the swirling zither automatically jump out to defend itself. We're in big trouble. Did we release something that shouldn't have been released? Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. Chapter 534. God's Palace. At this moment, it was not only Yun Nuashing and the others who saw it. In the entire mystic realm, all the people and beasts who were suddenly affected by the pressure saw it. At that moment, countless people and beasts who were kneeling on the ground all raised their heads with difficulty and stared at the palace in the sky. The mighty palace, coupled with a huge thunderbolt behind it, was extremely impactful. The huge palace made everyone's eyes change slightly. There was fear, awe, yearning, and of course greed. Crack! Far away at the edge of the secret realm, the space barrier suddenly became distorted. A huge vortex appeared on the barrier. Waves of mighty divine power spread out from the palace and collided with the barrier, causing it to shake violently. Then, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The sound of something shattering shocked everyone. Boom! A dull sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a golden bell, reverberated throughout the secret realm in a few breaths' time and affected the spatial barrier. The crack continued to expand because of the sound wave. It shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye and spread to half of the spatial barrier. Then, boom! The shattered barrier suddenly shattered into pieces in an instant. A divine power swept out like a storm and spread rapidly in all directions. Even in the mountainous city, people felt the pressure. Those who were weaker couldn't resist the divine power and directly knelt on the ground. The secret realm is shattered. Someone has touched the ultimate secret of the secret realm. On the top floor of the palace, the great Mountain King and the rest were leisurely frowned. Their expressions changed as they looked in the direction of the great Mountain King. Their eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Who was it that had triggered the ultimate secret of the secret grounds? The 5 altars seemed to lack the power of death. No one should be able to touch the last altar. How can a demon-rank cultivator have the power of death if he doesn't control the power of will? The Mountain King frowned. This was a special period of time. The mystic realm had been shattered, and the god spirit's palace had descended. That pressure could not be stopped. This time, it was likely that more people would come to the remote areas of the Taiyuan region. Let's go and take a look. Now that the demon world and demon world has appeared, the news can't be hidden. A large number of powerful people will gather there in a few days. Emperor Wanfa slammed the table and formed a seal with his hands. 500,000 years. After guarding it for 500,000 years, is the seal finally broken? The mountainous emperor's eyes were a little dazed as he couldn't help but murmur, "Old Effie, hurry up!" The soul saber great emperor couldn't help urging. Emperor Wanfa nodded, but soon he was stunned. His hands that were forming a seal. He suddenly raised his head and looked as if he had eaten a dead fly. He couldn't help cursing. F***K. It's suppressed. We can only run. The 5 great emperors were stunned and opened their eyes wide. Ha! In the secret territory, on the mountain range in front of the Black Altar, the group from Yun Nuwa Star stared at the huge palace in the sky and took a deep breath. They also knew that the secret territory was broken and there would definitely be countless experts descending here. It would not be as simple as the glazed divine dojo. This time, there would definitely be Emperor God experts among the experts who would be dispatched. The experts of the human clan, demon clan, and demon clan would definitely descend there. Let's go first. The barrier of the whirlpool zither can block the pressure from outside. Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth. F***K. I don't know what kind of luck we have. We can find the divine spiritual palace just by walking around. This is too fake, too fake. Yuan Shi cursed. Everyone nodded, but they couldn't care less at this time. Yun Nuashing handed Yi Shi to Zian and held the whirlpool zither with both hands. Under his windbreaker, a string of golden chains shot out from the space and tied everyone up. With a loud roar, everyone jumped down the mountain and ran on the ground. Yuan Shi's words made Yun Nuashing's heart tremble slightly. Although it wasn't the time to think about these things, he couldn't help but think about it. It's too coincidental, really too coincidental. Is it just a coincidence? Of course, he quickly stopped thinking about it and just treated it as a coincidence as they ran on the ground. The wind blew on their bodies. As they got closer, the space trembled even more violently. Rumbling sounds kept ringing in their ears. The ground was shaking as if the world was about to be turned upside down. The godly spiritual palace was above the world. Everyone and all living things had to submit to it. Even the Emperor God experts were no exception. This was the prestige of the supreme expert. However, there was a group of people who ignored the so-called dignity and began to run on the ground. Whenever they passed by some people, those people would look at them as if they had seen ghosts. Everyone in this place was suppressed. No one could get up or fly. Why would there be a group of people who were running without the slightest scruple? It seems like everyone is kneeling down. Yuan, she was a little shocked by what he saw along the way. They were protected by the whirlpool zither and couldn't feel the pressure outside. However, when he saw everyone kneeling down, he could roughly guess how terrifying it was outside. The majesty of the divine spiritual palace is unshakable. It cannot be provoked. I have seen it and felt its power. It is a power that makes everything in the world bow down. Yun Nuashing said in a low voice, "Little star, why do you seem unhappy?" Jining looked at him suspiciously as she ran. Yun Nuashing turned his head and met her pitch-black eyes. Then he retracted his gaze and shook his head, saying, "Happy? No, I think it's terrifying. Don't you think so? How long have we been in here? In just 4 hours, we saw the divine spiritual palace. Moreover, we opened it with our own hands. We are the only ones running on the ground. We are running without any fear." Yun Nuashing became a little excited towards the end. Yuan Shi and the others trembled when they heard this. There were thousands of experts in the secret realm every year. No one had opened it for 500,000 years. Why did it open when they encountered them? Little Star, don't think too much. The other 4 altars have already been opened by others. Moreover, didn't the altar say that it had the power of death? Ordinary people in the demonic plane don't have the ability to change the power of the elements. It might really be a coincidence. Yuan, she said softly as he patted his shoulder. Yun Nuashing was stunned. His eyebrows furrowed, but he still nodded. Yes. Will the mountain spirit and earth fire be in the divine spiritual palace? Yun Nuashing murmured in his heart. He didn't need any other opportunities. He just wanted to see the dazzling flame. We're almost there. We can't fly now, and the divine power hasn't been removed. This means that the divine spiritual palace isn't ready for people to enter yet. What should we do? Yao Hua asked anxiously. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He stared blankly for a moment before he thought of this problem. The palace was 3,000 meters tall. How could they go up? Yun Nuashing lowered his head to look at the chains, then at his running feet and the surrounding floor. He suddenly had an idea and shouted, "I have a bold idea. Can you keep up with my speed? Put away your bold idea. We can't outrun you." Everyone shuddered violently and waved their hands. What kind of joke was this? How could they outrun him? Even Yao Hua wasn't confident about this. Light element. If you're fast enough, you can even fly for a short period of time. Do you understand what I mean? Yun Nuashing roared. Understood, but I don't want to try. Everyone's faces turned pale. This was really going to cause trouble. There was no need for Yun Nuashing to explain. They already knew what was going on. Remember to carry me in. Hold onto the chains tightly. Don't let go no matter what. The protection of the swirling zither can only be used by your side. If you let go, something will happen. Yun Nuashing ignored everyone's resistance and said directly, This. I didn't write a will." Everyone turned pale with fright. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. The light element slowly condensed towards his feet. Clusters of dense light particles floated around his body and entered his feet. Everyone saw that his feet had turned into a dazzling golden color at this moment. They hurriedly tightened their grip on the chains wrapped around their bodies and steeled their hearts. They were all prepared to die. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yun Nuashing could already see the majestic palace after circling around a mountain. Although he was mentally prepared, he still put his hands in his pockets. At this moment, there should have been a mountain range below the palace. However, it was crushed into pieces by the heavenly might. Huge rocks rolled down the mountain and formed a huge crater in the ground. The crater was tens of meters deep, forming a huge basin. Everyone get to your positions! Yun Nuashing suddenly roared while running. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly tightened their grip on the chains. They were also so worried that they tightened their grip on the people around them. Get ready! Yun Nuashing's eyes shone with a golden light. He suddenly ran to the edge of the crater. This place was more than 10,000 meters away from the palace. However, everyone was already prepared. Jump! The light element gathered under his feet suddenly erupted. The terrifying jumping force directly pulled everyone along. He shot forward like a golden cannonball, drawing a dazzling golden line in the sky. Then he rushed towards the palace in the sky. Boom! Bang! In just a split second, everyone felt a great rise and fall. Weightlessness and supergravity fell on their bodies at the same time. Even their blood seemed to have been thrown to their backs. In that extreme state, they only had time to hug each other, use a barrier to protect their heads, and close their eyes tightly. Then a violent collision suddenly fell on their bodies. They only felt that after experiencing a strong centrifugal force, their internal organs were smashed on their chests by a meteorite, and they were almost thrown out. However, everyone was still holding on to each other. The clanking sound of chains could be heard incessantly. They didn't even know how many clanking sounds could be heard. It seemed like something very heavy had fallen to the ground, and the sound of it collapsing echoed incessantly. Finally, with a muffled groan as the ending point, everyone suddenly opened their eyes and looked around. This was a dazzling palace. Even the roof of the palace was thousands of meters high. They were in a passage, and at a certain point in the passage, there was a round hole in the wall. Rubble fell to the ground, and the wall was filled with cracks. After passing through 4 or 5 holes in the wall, they could see the dark sky outside. Occasionally, there would be a flash of thunder. "We're in." Everyone was stunned. Then they all stood up, still holding the loosened golden chains in their hands. When they felt the cold touch of the chains in their hands, they suddenly thought of something. They turned around and saw Yun Nuashing lying on the ground with her back against the wall. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Half of her bright silver-purple hair had turned white. It hurts! Just when everyone thought that Yun Nuashing had fainted and panicked, her limbs trembled slightly. She supported herself with both hands on the ground and turned over with difficulty. She panted heavily twice. "Little Star, are you okay?" Zian quickly helped her up. Seeing his handsome face was pale, Mei Mao's heart ached for him. This guy, last time in the Tana's water god's temple, he barged in. Now he barged in here too. Couldn't he take care of himself? Chapter 535. After taking a few deep breaths and resting for a few minutes, Yun Nuashing finally recovered. She hugged the Wulong Zither and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "If I don't plunder some good stuff, I'll be sorry for my crazy rush." Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly at herself, and the others laughed bitterly as well. This was the highest level of self-inflicted evil. However, under such circumstances, if they didn't use that method, they wouldn't have been able to enter. Let's go. Let's go to the main hall." Yun Nuashing waved her hand fiercely, ignoring her injuries. She had been to the Tana's water god temple and knew that the most precious things were usually placed in the main hall. As for the rest, they didn't lack those things since their background wasn't weak. Outside the mountains, a large group of experts gathered in the forest. They were struggling to make their way towards the secret realm. That terrifying divine power made everyone stop in their tracks. Now that divine power had already spread to several other cities. This was no longer a secret. One person spread to 10 and 10 to 100. The speed at which it spread was as fast as the speed at which a virus spread. The divine aura doesn't allow anyone to blaspheme it. Even if these people enter the boundary of the secret realm, I'm afraid they won't be able to enter. On a mountain peak outside the thousands of mountains, the Mountain King and the other 5 looked up at the majestic palace in the sky. The former couldn't help but sigh. Even they could feel the super terrifying aura when they arrived at this place. Was it left behind by a heavenly god or just a lower god? The Empress couldn't help but sigh. Her beautiful and sacred face was filled with shock. No matter which one it was, as long as it was an expert of that level, everything left behind would be enough to cause a bloodbath in the realm of the gods. Let's wait. We can only wait for the divine aura to dissipate and rush in immediately. However, looking at the situation, the news has already spread to China, right? I'm afraid many of our old friends will come. Emperor Wanfa sighed heavily. He thought he had the geographical advantage and could be the first to enter. I wonder how those kids are doing. It's too much for them to encounter such an incident on their first day here. The Mountain King couldn't help but shake his head. It's fine as long as he's fine. The Empress nodded and felt that she was unlucky. If the Mountain King and the others knew that Yun Nuashing and the others had already entered the palace, what would they think? Boom! In the resplendent palace, terrifying forces erupted. On the golden walls, talismans and formations flickered one after another. However, no matter how powerful these formations were, they were unable to deal with the silver-blue barrier below. They could only watch helplessly as the barrier passed over their heads. How humiliating! This deity is really generous. The formations on the floor are all divine-level forbidden heavenly seals. If there's a room with a large number of formation scrolls, I'll definitely rob it clean. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh as he supported the barrier of the swirling zither. He wanted to sit down and learn all the formations, but time was limited and he couldn't do so. He didn't know when the divine aura would dissipate. His group was like a small boat in the sea, swaying unsteadily under the power of the formations. He felt sorry for the swirling zither. It could only be used spontaneously 3 times, but he had to use it for defense every time. Every secret chamber and hall left behind by God must contain a lot of treasures. But the most precious treasures are none other than the legacies left behind by the God and the eternal divine weapon. Obtaining either one of them would be enough to establish a superpower. Yuan, she said softly. Look, how about the eternal weapon belong to me? Yun Nuashing winked at everyone and smiled. How would we dare to disagree with a great demon like you? Yao Hua and the others spread out their hands and joked. Little Star, you're wrong to say that. You were the one who brought us in. To put it bluntly, we're just here to share the spoils. We're all just bystanders. One deity is responsible for more than 10 people. What do you think? Shui Guo also joked. Speaking of which, she still felt like she was in a dream. This was the palace of the deity. There were so many restrictions and powerful formations, but they were walking through it like it was flat ground. That's true. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and raised his gaze. He stood outside a certain passageway and looked at the main palace. He couldn't help but frown. The complexity of the vast palace was far beyond his imagination. The winding corridors were like a maze. Moreover, there were times when he even felt that they might have turned back. Buzz! The netherworld ruin sword appeared in his hand. Yun Nuashing held the whirlpool zither in his left hand and the netherworld ruin sword in his right hand. An extremely terrifying aura exuded from his body. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, causing the extremely stable space to explode. Even with the help of the netherworld ruin sword and the whirlpool zither, I can't transmit my soul power out. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. As soon as his soul power rushed out of the barrier of the whirlpool zither, it was met with an extremely powerful pressure that caused his mind to tremble violently. His soul was almost shattered. Yun Nuashing gave up after failing to use his soul power to explore the way. He held the 2 divine weapons and rushed forward like a headless fly. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for around 20 minutes. The space in front of him suddenly widened, and he rushed forward again. An ancient and majestic hall finally appeared before everyone's eyes. The hall was a brilliant golden color. The passage of countless years had caused the golden color to seem even deeper. An ancient and primordial aura emanated from every stone tile on the floor. It made everyone feel the vicissitudes and tranquility that had been silent for countless years. After stepping into the hall, the divine aura suddenly disappeared. Everyone was shocked. The whirlpool zither in Yun Nuashing's hand, which was still exuding an unparalleled aura, suddenly quieted down. The hall was extremely spacious. People standing in it were like ants. In the center of the hall, there was a square platform. 4 steps were placed on the golden platform, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. A glorious and noble throne abruptly appeared on the platform. The brilliant colors made it seem as if countless worlds were flowing within the throne. It was as if there was a world stored within. The flowing colors and specks of starlight made it look more like a starry sky. It looked more like a starry sky throne. On the starry sky throne, there were a dozen huge balls of light. The balls of light were suspended in midair, and within the dazzling light, one could vaguely see the existence of weapons. As soon as Yun Nuashing and the others saw these balls of light, their hearts jumped violently. Were these all eternal weapons? Looking from left to right, in the balls of light there were broadswords, spears, giant swords, halberds, hammers, giant cauldrons, sacred pagodas, golden bells, golden books, and long staffs. All of them were shining with an extremely brilliant golden light, floating up and down, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Sweeping his gaze across the strange weapons one by one, Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. There were so many eternal weapons. Were they trying to help him achieve great success in one go? Why do I smell the scent of a conspiracy? A bad feeling emerged in his mind. Yun Nuashing instantly fell from the clouds of excitement to hell. They were all eternal weapons. Was everything that happened along the way really a coincidence? Yi Shi's power of death, his light element, and the whirlpool zither. Why did everything seem to be arranged? His gaze finally fell on the starry sky throne in the center of the hall. His gaze paused on a black star bead on the throne. There he felt a very strange aura of life. Buzz! The black star bead suddenly trembled, and a ray of extremely strong light shone out. It was so strong that everyone hurriedly covered their eyes. After a long time, they slowly opened their eyes. When they focused their eyes, a few large words appeared above the dozens of balls of light. This handwriting, it's very ancient. I can't understand it. Yuan Shi and the others looked at the line of words and frowned slightly. This line of words should be ancient. They didn't even know which era it came from. However, when Yun Nuashing saw this line of words, his whole body trembled. The uneasy guess in his heart became even more firm. Little star? Yuan Shi and the others saw Yun Nuashing's body tremble slightly and hurriedly called out to him. However, they saw that he was only staring at the line of words. A thought suddenly emerged in their minds, causing them to have goosebumps. Could it be young Master Yin? Do you recognize this line of words? Xu Weqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yun Nuashing's abnormal reaction. Among those present, only the four of them didn't know that Yun Nuashing could recognize the Kanzai language. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and nodded. Of course, he recognized it. The Kanzai language, the bloodline of the gods, the language of the gods, and the era of mythology. This was something that had always led him forward, guiding him forward, but didn't want him to come in contact with it. It had even been a long time since he had given up on searching for it. Today, it had come knocking on his door again. Reincarnation, destiny, this life, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A gloomy voice came out of Yun Nuashing's mouth. The moment his voice fell, the line of words in the air suddenly trembled. A terrifying light poured out from the line of ancient words and shone on Yun Nuashing, causing his body to instantly stiffen. Hearing this, everyone trembled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This, was it said to Yun Nuashing? At this moment, the words Yun Nuashing had just said, the speculation he had made not long ago, repeatedly washed over their minds. If it wasn't said to him, why did the line of words in the air react when Yun Nuashing said it? The terrifying light poured out and landed on Yun Nuashing. The seemingly gentle light caused the expressions of Xian and the others to change drastically. It was as if an extremely sharp gaze was staring at them, causing their hearts to tremble violently. Despair involuntarily surged into their hearts. Drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Everyone resisted the trembling of their hearts and fiercely gritted their teeth. Divine weapons flashed in their hands. Nightmare took a fierce step forward and roared, "Let go of the boss!" After this roar, everyone suddenly felt their bodies lighten. Then, the spiritual pressure that filled the sky disappeared without a trace, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. Their gazes were fixed on Yun Nuashing. The light that enveloped the latter didn't fade away. Buzz. A moment later, the light that enveloped Yun Nuashing quietly retreated. It turned into a cloud of white mist and floated back to the black pearl on the throne. Yun Nuashing hurriedly took a step back as if he had been pardoned. He panted heavily a few times. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, soaking his clothes. Xian hurriedly supported him. He stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat on his head with his sleeve. There was a hint of concern in Mei Mao's eyes. The black star bead on the throne suddenly trembled gently. The cluster of white light suddenly agglomerated in front of it. Immediately, it turned into a golden-robed human figure in front of everyone's anxious and disbelieving eyes. The human figure stood straight in front of the throne with his back facing everyone. An aura that caused even the world to tremble slowly spread. Reincarnation of 10,000 paths, the will of the heavens. When you ascended, the heavens and earth mourned for your arrival. I have waited for this moment for too long. Chapter 536. 10,000 Reincarnations, Destiny. When you ascend, even the heavens and earth mourn for your arrival. I have been waiting for this moment for too long. The deep voice contained a hint of lament. This sigh seemed to have traveled through time and space and descended from a distant era. The expressions of Yun Nuashing and the others changed slightly. Other than Yun Nuashing, no one else could understand this language. However, they seemed to understand what that person was saying. You have finally come here. The golden figure turned around. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have magic. Those who were looked at by him felt as if they had no secrets and had been seen through with a single glance. They were transparent. Why are you so weak? The golden figure stared straight at Yun Nuashing. A hint of surprise seemed to flash across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. However, he frowned. Your divinity, your deity position, your soul. I see. The 5 lives Tao fruit has been left in this life. The era of destiny has finally arrived. Our long-cherished wish will finally be fulfilled. Yun Nuashing was shocked and confused when he heard this. He looked at the golden figure uneasily. He did not feel any joy because of the appearance of that person. He only felt a little panicked. He was afraid that this person would remind him of some bad things. Do you know who you are? The deep voice of the golden figure reverberated like a bell, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to tremble slightly. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who am I? I don't know. Everything happened so inexplicably. Everything seemed to be guided, but everything seemed to be chaotic and unclear. Buzz! The god imprint in his mind suddenly emitted an incomparably bright glow, causing Yun Nuastar, whose mind had almost lost control, to suddenly calm down. The imprint surfaced on his forehead. The bright glow caused everyone to be startled. The golden human figure beside the throne frowned slightly, after which he seemed to have come to a sudden realization and relaxed his frown. The brilliant silver-blue light condensed on Yun Nuashing's body and gradually condensed into a tall figure behind him. His long silver hair fluttered and draped over his shoulders. There was a hint of displeasure on his holy and flawless face. The silver-blue eyes carried a sense of majesty that looked down on the world. He stared at the golden figure and was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly snorted softly. Don't let Big Brother remember those things. Now is not the time. You should understand the true meaning of this world. Xian Yin's cold voice did not have a trace of emotion, but she seemed to be a little angry. I see. I was reckless. The golden figure did not get angry. He just bowed slightly and cupped his fists. This posture made everyone gasp. He was a deity. How could he bow to a virtual figure? Xian and the others looked at the equally holy and noble virtual figure with some shock in their eyes. They had all heard from Yun Nuashing that there was a powerful figure behind him. Could it be this woman who was as beautiful as a goddess? She must be a deity to be treated so well by the golden figure, and she must be even more powerful than the former. Xian Yin's virtual figure, Mei Mao, glanced at the golden figure and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then she lowered her head and saw Yun Nuoxing looking up at her. Mei Mao's eyes revealed some longing, but she did not say anything. She raised her head and looked at the golden figure. She said slowly in a cold voice, "Since you are here, it must be that person's arrangement. Other than not affecting Big Brother's memory, I think you should know what to do." "I understand." The golden figure bowed again and nodded gently. "It's too early. It's still too early. It's far from the time for the dusty history to be revealed." Raising her head to look at the sky, Xian Yin's beautiful eyes seemed to have seen through something as she murmured softly. After her voice fell, Xian Yin's tall figure slowly shrank. In just 2 blinks of an eye, she had shrunk to her normal height. Her Mei Mao quietly stared at Yun Nuoxing. She did not say anything, but smiled sweetly. Then she turned into a silver blue light and entered the mark between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. As Xian Yin's figure disappeared, the silver blue light that filled the sky also dissipated into nothingness. Everything quieted down once again. The mark between Yun Nuoxing's brows also slowly disappeared under his skin, as if nothing had happened just now. Yun Nuoxing was a little bewildered. His eyes kept flickering. When he saw that the figure beside the throne was still staring at him calmly, he felt a little uneasy. However, the mark between his eyebrows kept calming his uneasy emotions. "Come here." The golden figure looked at Yun Nuoxing. His gaze gradually became gentler. He sighed softly and waved at him. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat as he looked at him. Although he wanted to leave this place, for some reason he moved his feet and walked towards the golden platform. Xian saw him walking straight over. Although she wanted to say something, she knew her place and kept her mouth shut. In front of such a powerful person, she did not even have the right to speak. "Senior," standing in front of the golden figure, Yun Nuoxing was a little flustered. He cupped his fists and saluted. "Hey, hey, hey." When the golden figure saw his action, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to be even more flustered than him. He quickly jumped to the side and stretched out his hands at lightning speed. He straightened Yun Nuoxing, who was about to bow. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "When I saw you set foot here, I thought that it was time for everything to be unraveled. However, since God Ouyang said that it was not time yet, then let those who should be asleep continue to sleep. It was not a coincidence that you were able to set foot here. It was an inevitable process. You set foot here because it was arranged. However, we did not expect this. It was too early. You have not reached the post-God level, so it is not appropriate for you to know these things." The golden figure seemed a little melancholy. His soft words made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Yun Nuoxing could not help but swallow. What kind of secret was it that he could only know after reaching the post-God level? When the golden figure saw his dull gaze, he could not help but laugh. "I did not expect that I would be able to see such an expression on your face in my lifetime. Interesting." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly came back to his senses. His handsome face could not help but turn red. What was this? How could he be mocked for being in a daze? The golden figure stretched out his hand and grabbed his wrist. He pulled him to the front of the starry sky throne. Then he suddenly pressed him down on the throne. "Senior, this." Yun Nuoxing had just sat down when he suddenly jumped up as if there were thorns in his buttocks. This was the throne of the gods. How could he? This was originally your seat. The golden figure supported him and pressed him down on the throne again. This made Yun Nuoxing feel a little flattered. He felt a little uneasy. He did not know what kind of person he used to be. However, from the memories he had now, he was just a half-demon Yun Nuoxing. When he was asked to sit on the throne of the gods, he always felt as if there were thorns in his buttocks. He felt a little uneasy. "You once had the whole world. However, for the sake of your long-cherished wish, you did not hesitate to reincarnate. You reincarnated again and again. You rose and fell. You left behind a legend in the realm of the gods. However, you slowly faded away. You should have stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on the whole world. At this point, the golden figure seemed to be a little agitated. His hands could not help but tremble a little. It was as if he was talking about his own affairs. Now that things have come to this, there should be a conclusion to everything. Ouyang God has arranged your affairs. I will not interfere too much. Let things proceed in a casual direction. If you encounter something unbelievable one day, don't be too surprised. Perhaps it is a gift left for you by an old friend. Just like today, you are sitting on this throne, the golden figure said slowly. The golden figure slowly said, causing the uneasiness in Yun Nuashing's heart to gradually disappear. Was it a random direction? However, there were some established facts. Regardless of whether it was Xian Yin or some people he had never met, they had all left something behind on his path forward. This feeling made him not know whether he should be happy or helpless. However, there was one thing that had never changed. He was even more eager to know who he was. We do not need you to experience any difficult life. We do not need you to temper yourself in the mortal world. We do not need you to become famous. We do not need you to care about our affairs. We only need you to wait for the day when you ascend to the divine level, and everything will be revealed. Before that, let's just let everything go on peacefully. The golden figure's words touched Yun Nuashing. It would be fine as long as he ascended to the divine level. However, since ancient times, how many people, how many heroes, how many ambitious and ruthless people had been stopped at the divine level? Why were Xian Yin and the others so sure that he would be able to ascend to the position of a god? As if he had guessed what Yun Nuashing was thinking, the golden figure did not respond. He only sighed and waved his hand. He took the black bead and gently rubbed it with his palm. Then he placed it between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows. The moment the black bead was placed on Yun Nuashing's forehead, it emitted a terrifying energy. The light on the surface seemed to be flowing like a flowing galaxy. Then it directly penetrated between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows, as if it was going to be embedded in his forehead. That terrifying energy descended on his body. It was as if a star was pressing down on his body, causing Yun Nua's handsome face to show some pain. However, he tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, not letting himself roar out. He is still as proud as before. Just like in the past, he would never scream because he was injured. When the golden figure saw this scene, he sighed and murmured softly. When he saw that the black bead had already melted slightly between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows, he turned around and stared at Xian and the others with his sharp golden eyes. You are his friends. Are you willing to accompany him for the rest of your life? The golden figure's words made the hearts of Yuan Shi and the others tremble. The words just now made it difficult for them to calm down. They all knew that Yun Nuashing was once a super expert, a post-god level expert, and possibly even a god. However, for the sake of his so-called long-cherished wish, he did not hesitate to reincarnate and reincarnate again and again. Xian and the others who had seen his reincarnation disc were deeply moved by this. He was once a supreme expert. He was so powerful that even the heavens and earth mourned for him. One day he will ascend to the starry sky, throne that belongs to him. You should know what this means. The golden figure said faintly, Senior. Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Soon after, they relaxed. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, No matter what little Xingxing's identity was in the past, I only know that he is by our side right now. We are willing to travel with him. Be it now or in the future, it will be the same. When Yuan Shi and the others heard this, they nodded and took a step forward. They all knew that Yun Nuashing's identity was not simple, but they did not have any ulterior motives. They just felt that he was an interesting person and that it would be fun to follow him. That was why they chose to accompany him. Little star, When the golden figure heard these 3 words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed heartily and could not stop. He patted the starry sky throne, as if he had heard something incredible. "Little star, what a little star. That's a good nickname. Very good, I will remember it. When he completely awakens in the future, I will definitely tell him. Haha." The golden figure held his belly and laughed, making Zian and the others feel awkward. "Little girl, I see that you seem to have feelings for him. Do you like him?" The golden figure laughed for a while, then his expression suddenly became serious again. He stared at Zian and said softly. Zian's delicate body trembled. There was a great shock in these words, which made her a little nervous. However, she was not afraid. She stubbornly raised her head and looked directly at Yun Nuashing on the starry sky throne. She nodded and said yes. Seeing that she admitted it, a playful and smiling expression flashed across the golden figure's eyes. He said with a faint smile, "In his life he has never married or had a family. He believes that feelings are a burden to him. The chains of heart sealed his feelings and allowed him to cultivate at a speed that is 1,000 times faster than normal. However, it made it difficult for all feelings to progress on a deeper level. It also completely sealed off the so-called love. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Zian and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Yuan Shi and the others could not help but swallow. Sealing off feelings? How could it be like that? No wonder Yun Nuashing's feelings were so strange. So this was the reason? If you can succeed, I don't mind. However, those who used to love him will probably fight it out with you. It seems quite interesting when you think about it, the golden figure said to himself. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled inexplicably. This seal has lasted for so many years. After such a long time, there are finally some cracks in it? Then I wish you good luck. The last sentence was naturally directed at Zian. He looked at her with a playful gaze. He did not try to persuade her, nor did he ask her to back down. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the position that belonged to him. He would look down on all living beings and accept their admiration. The people who stood beside him would also accept the worship of all living beings. However, nothing was certain. Presumably, she would fight for it herself. You don't have to ask anything. I'm following the will of Ouyang God. Since I won't tell him, I won't tell you either. I won't force you to do anything. Everything is up to your heart. This is also his principle. Since you have chosen to accompany him, then accompany him well. Watch over him and don't let him act recklessly. You who have accompanied him for a short period of time should know that he is a very reckless guy. The golden figure sighed and said, "He is a peerless sword, and all of you are his scabbard. Do you understand?" Zian and the others nodded, but then they looked at each other. This guy, had he always been so reckless before? Even after reincarnation, he did not restrain himself a little. He who is born as a god naturally has his own pride. Reincarnation can't erase his obsession and his pride. The him, you know, may be very peaceful, but that's because he hasn't awakened yet. But one day he will show it completely. When that time comes, you will need to pull him back from the abyss of destruction. The golden figure talked about some things, but he did not mention Yun Nuashing's former identity. From his tone, Zian and the others felt that Yun Nuashing was a fool who needed others to take care of her. Otherwise, this golden god would not be so long-winded and ask them to take care of her. Chapter 537. The golden figure rambled on and on. Zian and the others listened quietly, gaining a deeper understanding of what kind of person Yun Nuashing was. He was arrogant, noble, and pretentious. He was peaceful, afraid of strangers, burdened with everything, and believed that all living things were equal. He was deep, quiet, lonely, afraid of loneliness, and liked to be alone. He was steady, childish, lively, mischievous, introverted, contradictory, and not what he appeared to be. It feels like he has schizophrenia. Yao Hua couldn't help but murmur. A contradictory personality. If this person didn't have schizophrenia, then he had an eccentric temperament. However, he really felt that the golden figure was right. Yun Nuashing was indeed like that. By the way, that guy is a bottom. The golden figure suddenly laughed sinisterly, causing Ziyan and the others to be speechless. How could this high and mighty Lord God crack a joke? Well, I'll leave the rest to you. I won't interfere too much. Do you know what happened today? The golden figure glanced at Ziyan and the others. Understood. For Little Star's sake, we won't tell anyone. Yuan, she nodded and said solemnly. Everyone nodded lightly. They had learned too much today, and they couldn't accept it all in a short time. If others knew, the realm of the gods would be turned upside down. Well, you can leave now. Treat him well in the future. The golden figure nodded and murmured softly. He waved his hand. His voice lingered in their ears. Ziyan and the others were stunned. In front of them was a black altar surrounded by mountains. It was very quiet. The dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, and so had the magnificent palace. The divine power that filled the world had also disappeared. Holy shit! Outside the mountains, the mountain monarch and the others were dumbfounded. That vast divine might that could crush the heavens and the earth had disappeared without a trace. Even the temple had disappeared with it. What's going on? Could it be a bluff? Heavenly Emperor Myriad Arts and the others were also dumbfounded. At this moment, outside the thousands of mountains, there was a large group of experts waiting on the mountain peaks. They were underworld emperors and god emperors. However, in the blink of an eye, everything had disappeared. That terrifying pressure shouldn't be fake. Let's go and take a look. The Soul Saber, martial monarch, shook his head. He vanished into thin air with a flicker and reappeared a few thousand li away. As he moved, the mountain sovereign king and the rest followed closely behind. The onlooking experts hurriedly dashed towards the mountains. Clearly, they were unwilling to return empty-handed after making such a trip. After the palace in the sky disappeared, the black altar in the secret realm lost its luster and fell silent, as if it had lost its function. Ziyan and the others were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. At that moment, they didn't even have time to react before they were moved out of the palace without any warning. Little Star! After coming back to her senses, Ziyan realized that Yun Nuashing was lying on her arms. She quickly knelt down and placed her flat on her legs, hugging her tightly. Yuan Shi and the others turned to look at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping peacefully in Ziyan's arms. It would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked by what had happened today. However, it wouldn't affect their friendship with Yun Nuashing. They had put aside their so-called identities to get together. Even if Yun Nuashing had another identity now, it wouldn't affect their friendship. Deity, Starry Sky Throne. At this moment, Yi Shi, who was in Qin Yan's arms, finally opened her eyes. Her voice was still slightly weak, but she had already recovered. She had heard every single word that had been said in the palace. Now that she had woken up, there was still a confused look in her eyes. Ziyan turned around and saw that she was standing steadily on the ground. She seemed a little confused, so she quickly asked, Xiaoxi, are you okay? Yi Shi sighed and shook her head. She walked to Yun Nuashing's side and looked at him in a daze. At this moment, the black star bead was completely embedded between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows and melted into his skin. His face was already devilishly handsome, and now that there was a black pillar, he had a majestic charm. Oh! While Yi Shi was sizing him up, Yun Nuashing's eyebrows faintly furrowed as a groggy voice was emitted from his throat. Soon after, everyone saw Yun Nuashing's eyelids slowly curl up. Within his silver-purple eyes, there was a somewhat lost and sleepy look. Yuan, she walked over and stopped in front of Yun Nuashing. He couldn't help but tease. You're awake, heavenly guardian? Yun Nuashing was still a little confused, but when he heard this, he completely woke up. When he saw Yuan Shi's mischievous smile, he resisted the urge to slap him. Instead, he rolled his eyes and said, What are you talking about? Then what did the seniors say to you? Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was slightly pale as he supported Xian's weak shoulders. He stood up with difficulty, rubbed the star bead between his eyebrows, and sighed. He said, "You're an idiot." Xian giggled when she heard this. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. His hands were like fierce dragons emerging from the sea as he rubbed Xian's soft hair with all his might. Her pretty face fell a little, and she tried to pull his hands away. However, she wasn't as strong as him, so she could only let him do as he pleased. Mei Mao looked pitiful, and his heart softened when he saw this. Ahem. Little star, what's that black bead? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask when he saw the two of them fooling around. This. Yun Nuoxing looked up and his eyebrows twitched. He squeezed the black bead, blinked, and said, "This is that palace." Huh. Everyone was shocked, and they all stared at Yun Nuoxing with their eyes wide open. However, the latter was tidying Xian's long hair as if nothing had happened. Seeing their jaws drop, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and ask, "What's wrong?" "There's another soul fragment of mine here. It's already fused with it, and there's another memory core in the memory star sea. However, just like the previous one, all the memories are sealed." Yun Nuoxing sighed. Xian and the others all knew about him, so he didn't bother to hide anything. Moreover, he heard some of the words that the golden figure said later, but he didn't intend to hide anything from them. "God of heaven, since you've obtained that palace, shouldn't you take out something good?" Yao Hua poked Yun Nuoxing's stomach with his elbow and grinned. His smirk made everyone speechless. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes, slapped him in the face, and pushed him aside. Then he said softly, "There are many things in the palace. Some of the restrictions seem to have been lifted. I'll take you around when I have time." "Hey, I'm just kidding. Why are you so serious? Just throw something to us." Yao Hua came up with a flattering smile on his face. "Forget it if you don't want it." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him. Yes. When Ji Ning and the others saw this clown, they couldn't help but raise their slender legs, wanting to kick him. However, they put them down bitterly and couldn't help but sigh. After the secret realm disappeared, the suppression also disappeared. Fong! Couldn't help but jump out and throw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms. This made him smile bitterly. This girl was already so big, but she was still so clingy to him. Hugging this delicate body, Yun Nuoxing sighed and carried Fong on his back. He held her feet with both hands and looked at the sky, lost in thought. Oh no, I forgot something. Just when everyone thought that he would be in a daze for a long time, they suddenly heard him cry out in surprise. He suddenly took out the treasure map, looked at the map, and then let out a strange cry and hurriedly led everyone to fly off into the distance. Everyone was taken aback when he took them away. After thinking for a while, they suddenly realized something. This guy forgot about the mountain spirit and earth fire. Holding the map and flying in the sky, Yun Nuoxing and the others saw many experts gathered at the place where the palace had been. The basin that had been squeezed out by the divine power had been turned upside down. Among these experts, there were even existences above the emperor of the underworld. Vast energy spread out, causing many people to tremble. Seeing those experts looking at everyone with scrutinizing eyes, Yun Nuoxing and the others felt a little guilty. They didn't know what the others would think if they knew that the palace was between his eyebrows. They saw that the red dot on the map was above the swaying flame icon, but below it was a mountain range. It was very quiet, and the fire element wasn't very strong. This made the group a little confused. When they saw Yun Nuoxing take out the Netherworld Ruin sword and was about to dig up the ground, they hurriedly stopped him. Right now, there are many gods in this secret territory. If you act so casually, you'll attract a lot of people. By then, the mountain spirit and earth fire might not be yours anymore. Yuan, she blushed with shame as she pressed down Yun Nuoxing's Nethervoid sword. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and seemed to think that it made sense. He put away the Netherworld Ruined sword and then gave 2 orders. Then he took Xian, Feng, and and ye should search in the mountain range below. The group also scattered in all directions. They busied themselves from the afternoon until sunset. Finally, they found an underground cavern thousands of miles away. They entered from there and wandered around the underground maze. They even took many wrong paths along the way. After taking many twists and turns, they did not know how long they had walked in the underground maze. In the end, it was Shanrin who used the earth element to sense the direction. He led them around the underground cavern and came to a place filled with magma. Wow! We ran into the underground magma. Yun Nuashing looked at the red and boiling magma and couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Did they run into hell? 20,000 miles underground, it's dark and completely isolated from the outside world. The strong fire element and the deep earth element mix here. No wonder the divine flame was born. Shanren couldn't help but wipe his sweat. He used the earth element with all his strength to find this place and almost used up all his devil chi. This magma is so big. Do we have to split up to find it? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He took out the swirling zither and placed it in Xian's arms. Then he smiled and said, "You guys can just watch the show." After his voice sounded, his long hair and eyes suddenly lit up. Subsequently, an aura of a sovereign slowly spread out from his body. Light purple and light gray flames entwined and intertwined around his body, causing the already blazing temperature of the place to increase by several times. Chi! Just as Xian and the others hurriedly retreated, the magma suddenly boiled. Even the underground cave shook. Then, a part of the boiling magma suddenly protruded, creating a huge wave of fire that was thousands of feet long. Then it slammed into the magma. In the magma, a brown scorpion's tail that was thousands of miles long suddenly pierced the mountain wall above, causing the underground cave to shake. Mountain spirit, earthly fire is a huge scorpion. Seeing the huge creature rushing out of the magma, Yuan Shi and the others' faces couldn't help but twitch. The divine flame, ranked 30th, already had enough intelligence to transform and even had the power of a god emperor. What kind of monster would the top 30 divine flames be? However, just as they exclaimed, they saw Yun Nuashing charge toward the huge fire scorpion with 2 huge swords. He smashed the 2 swords on the scorpion's head. Then both man and scorpion charged into the magma sea, creating huge waves of fire. They even pounced onto the shore and slammed against the silver-blue barrier. There were sizzling sounds as the surrounding mountain walls melted. Does young master you need help? It was the first time Xueqing and the others had seen such a violent scene. Their hearts couldn't help but beat violently. Xian and the others silently turned to look at her. The former patted her shoulder and shook her head. When the gods fight, the mortals retreat. We just have to wait. Xueqing and the others smiled bitterly.